Bird call confirmed. Eyes in the sky are bright and ready. What a whirlwind. It's nice and dry. Alpha Plexiglass, Oscar 6 mogul.
Fauci, you're under arrest.
No, you can't do this!
Hands behind your back, now. Look what we have here.
Ha! Got him! It was all a prank!
What really happened?
Quiet on the set.
Camera set. Standing by.
Scene 7, take 1.
Ready when you are.
And action.
Dr. Fauci, after years of hearings, subpoenas, investigations, and endless testimony, today is finally the day the American people have been waiting for. You have officially been found in contempt of Congress.
Are we done? I have a 12:15 tea time.
Doctor, you have been held in contempt of Congress. Do you understand the seriousness of that decision, and do you have any response to this committee?
Hang on, I'm trying to beat my high score. Show some respect!
You offer no apology to the American people?
Do you mind? I'm a little busy.
Dr. Fauci, the American people demanded accountability today.
Well, the American people aren't getting a damn thing. I've got a full pardon, millions of dollars, and the Medal of Freedom. I'm untouchable.
You're in a lot of trouble.
If I'm in a lot of trouble, then come and handcuff me.
I wish I could, but Congress doesn't get to put the cuffs on you. We make the referral, and the Justice Department decides whether to act. And you already know how that's going to end.
That's what I thought.
Dr. Fauci, do you think you should be in prison?
I plead the fifth.
And cut. That was great, everyone. Good job.
For the next virus, you should make people wear a pine cone instead of a mask.
I lost my grandma and my dad during COVID. They died alone in the ER. I had to hug my own mother through a garbage bag. I lost my house, my car, and my job. I even got arrested for not wearing a mask. But hey, watching Fauci get a stern talking to from Congress makes it all worth it.
A few moments later.
Dr. Fauci, you have been found in contempt of Congress.
I plead the fifth.
Sounds like you've learned your lesson.
I plead the fifth.
Step forward and show me your wrist. Tickle, tickle, tickle. I believe Dr. Fauci is a changed man. Court is dismissed.
I hope I get my stern talking to soon. You'll get your turn, Bill. You'll get your turn.
Do you think the DOJ should prosecute Dr. Fauci?
Well, you know, they prosecuted Peter Navarro and they prosecuted Steve Bannon, two very decent people, over something that essentially was never prosecuted before. And there are sort of telltale signs of similarity. And they went to jail for a number of months over something that I saw one of the analysts said they used to laugh at it in the Justice Department when something like that was referred. But Merrick Garland prosecuted two very decent people and sent them to jail. I wasn't president. I would have given them a pardon in 2 seconds, but I wasn't. It was after I left. They waited till after I left, and then they prosecuted these two people, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves. So when you see that happen, you sort of say maybe he should. What he did is far more serious than a lot of crimes, frankly. But they prosecuted two people when nothing like that has ever taken place before.
If you're a boy, I'm going to name you after my first love, Copenhagen. And if he's a girl, well, it ain't going to be me girl, so we ain't got to worry about that now, do we?
Right.
Honey, you going to tell our baby how he's made?
I didn't even know who your daddy was till I saw him hitting that cake stand in the middle of the field.
30 seconds. I did 30 seconds.
Well, I walked over to him, I said hello, and he said,
Who the are you?
And after a little flirting.
And me taking a peek at that turd cutter.
He took me to the back of that pickup truck, we tested that suspension, and 9 months later, we're ready to meet you, baby.
What the Buddy, if you's a boy, I can't wait to teach you how to pack hogs, catch bluegill, and go to Twin Peaks get loaded nachos. And if you's a girl, honey, I can't do it. It ain't gonna be no girls white. I don't think that's appropriate.
Moment of truth.
Honey, why are you looking like that? What is it? It ain't Peak, is it?
Honey, it's a girl.
You told me if I was on top, it'd be a boy.
Well, Ricky, I Googled the shit.
Well, Google lied.
Ricky, where the are you going?
I know I'm going to heaven because I'm living in hell.
Can't wait to meet you.
All the money in the world could make her smile. She prefers things that are worth a while. Like small towns, that old style, and smaller.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order. A world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment.
A new world order.
With a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself.
A new world order.
The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interests, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind.
A new world order.
This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government.
Welcome to Stav Connects. For almost a decade, Stav has been using mind mapping software to meticulously map our history on a quest to better understand global power systems and the criminal syndicates operating them. Now it's time to share this project with the world. Join Stav as he continues his journey of discovery to uncover our real history, which has been shrouded in false narratives told to us by the victors of war. Connect the dots.
Didn't care whether I was super successful, whether I became the vice president or a best-selling author or successful in business. She just wanted me to be a good man, and I wanted to be a good husband and a good father. And I felt like Christianity answered that yearning better than anything else that I saw in the world. And that really is what led me back, but it was a slow process.
$7 billion saved. That's the result of sweeping reforms at the FBI under Director Kash Patel, reversing the costly practices of former directors Comey and Wray. The changes began at the top. Patel reduced his personal days and holidays by nearly half. He also mandated the use of government airfields instead of Reagan National Airport, where travel by Comey and Wray cost taxpayers $3.5 million in avoidable landing fees, all to save themselves 20 minutes in a car. But that was only the beginning. New headquarters canceled, $5 billion in projected costs eliminated, domestic leases cut, redundant facilities closed, hundreds of millions saved through contract reforms. The total, $7 billion. For years, waste was routine. Comey and Wray used Reagan Airport like their personal runway. Expensive leases and contracts grew larger while taxpayers paid the bill. But when Director Patel took over, he made a different choice. He brought a new standard to the FBI. Fewer personal perks, tighter contracts, leaner operations, and a new level of discipline across every aspect of the Bureau's budget. Accountability at the FBI is no longer just a promise, it's policy.
How you guys doing, man? I'm good. I want to leave you guys a rose, bro. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you guys for your service, man. Of course. What's your name, bro? Shane. I'm Rashawn. So nice to meet you. Yours? It's a note for you, brother. All right? God bless, man. God bless you. Have a good one, all right? Pleasure, man. Of course.
Sins from the daylight, running from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
Just 2 weeks, over 60 people were arrested in connection to Operation Muddy Waters, and officials say this operation isn't over yet.
We have a problem, and it's child exploitation. Mississippi is not a place where predators will be safe.
The accused were arrested for multiple crimes against children, including child exploitation, solicitation, the possession and distribution of child sexual abuse material, and violations, including previous sex offenders. Among those arrested include individuals in positions of public trust, like teachers and firefighters.
Those who think they can hide behind a computer screen and exploit children are wrong. HSI and our partners will find you, investigate you, and hold you accountable.
With the help of over a dozen search warrants, undercover online investigations, and the arrest of previous offenders, law enforcement officials say 0 children were exploited by those arrested during this operation.
Today is about celebrating the children who will never know they were protected. It's about the families who get another day together because dedicated men and women chose to work long hours, share information, and pursue those who seek to exploit the most vulnerable among us.
I tell people, Sean, I've been in this business for a little while. I've run campaigns. I've taken a lot of tough stands on a lot of different things and taken heat. But if you take all the incoming fire I've received on everything else but COVID and compare it to what I got for COVID, I got more for COVID. I mean, it was a very, very suffocating narrative. Fauci was being held up as a demigod. If you dissented from him, they were saying you were a quack who refused to recognize science, when in reality, he was the one that was misrepresented. Go back to the lab leak. He didn't want to admit that gain-of-function research was dangerous and that this lab had received funding. And then it comes out of the Wuhan Institute. You go back to some of the mandates. He used to acknowledge that forcing masks didn't work. Then he became a zealot about it and was even attacking me in his diaries because I did an executive order blocking mask mandates from local governments in Florida. He opposed us when we mandated that schools be open for the 2020 school year, and he worked very hard to engineer lengthy school closures in other parts of the country, working with those governors. And so, yeah, we did what the data showed, but also the belief that people had a right to make their own decisions, operate their businesses, earn a living, go to school, and make the best choices for themselves. So, yes, we bucked Fauci. We took a lot of heat for it. But, you know, that's the job of a leader, to do what's right when it's not easy.
But, you know,
The president also dismissed media reports that he was dissatisfied with the performance of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. The president posted on Truth Social, "The fake news, as usual, is spreading false and completely unfounded rumors. I am extremely happy with the job that Pete Hegseth is doing. Iran is likely to try to ask for fees or taxes, transit fees, on all ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. That is something the U.S. has already rejected, and President Trump has warned several times during the week that if the strait is not opened quickly, Iran will be hit hard again." Guys, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan there in Tel Aviv for us. Steve, thank you.
they're paying Americans to spread propaganda in the United States, specifically about the Charlie Kirk case?
Ukraine is paying them.
Why would they get involved in the Charlie Kirk story? Now I'm legit confused.
What I don't know is what they are covering for Israel when Israeli propagandists go out there attacking people. And what I don't know is why they are attacking people who question Charlie Kirk's assassination.
But you know for a fact they are.
For a fact.
I mean, the ties between Ukraine and Israel are subtle. I think both governments have gone out of their way to downplay their connection. Pretty clear they're very closely connected. And Charlie Kirk, I could never explain why that doesn't shock me, but if I'm being honest, it really doesn't. This is much bigger than Charlie Kirk's murder,
100%.
than Russia's special military operation, invasion of Ukraine, whatever, war in Iran. I mean, it's all of a piece. It's the same people.
Same people.
It's this drained reflecting pool behind me that is at the center of so much drama inside the Trump administration right now. Not just between President Trump and his handpicked D.C. U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro, though we are told that he did lay into her during a meeting at the White House on Monday, but it's also the source of big division between Jeanine Pirro and the Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. Pirro and Burgum were both inside the Oval Office with President Trump on Monday, and she has blasted Interior Department staff as well for not turning over information, as Burgum's office has maintained that, yes, the pool was vandalized. Well, Jeanine Pirro brought boxes of evidence to back up her claims at the White House that says she shows it was shoddy workmanship during the renovation that caused the damage, not vandalism, as Burgum and the president have both maintained. We're told during that meeting that Jeanine Pirro did not offer to resign and the president didn't fire her, though she is certainly on thin ice with the White House.
I believe Islam is the Antichrist. According to the hadiths, Muhammad was visited by the angel Gabriel, and he is squeezed and he is pressed and beaten by this angel. And it's laughable to think that they're claiming an angel visited him in a cave. No eyewitnesses to this. He goes back home to his wife Khadijah. She's like, oh, you're a prophet sent from God. And so there we have the birth of Islam. Now, if you read the Quran, you'll notice that it's written in two different time periods. The first half of the Quran feels very inclusive. Jews and Christians are people of the book, but as you continue to read the book of Islam, it becomes less inclusive and more exclusive.
Isn't that Christianity?
Well, in a sense, but not in the sense that we're going to physically kill you over it. So this is how it starts, right? There's 3 stages of Islam. Here's the first stage. America's in the first stage right now. They're inclusive. You have Muslims who are okay with trans and homosexual ideologies, but if I went to the Gaza Strip as a gay man and I went in the street and said I am gay, before I could finish that sentence, I'd be murdered in the street. But here in America, the Muslims are okay with it. They're tolerating it. Why? Because they're the minority right now. Stage 2 is what's happening in Germany and in Europe. They've invaded that country and basically taken political power. And no, if you say something that you disagree with the Muslims, they're not going to physically hurt you, but they're going to call you an Islamophobe. And then stage 3 is Islam that you would see in the Middle East. And that is if you do not convert to Islam, alhamdulillah, they will kill you if you do not conform to their ways. And America's in stage 1. If you look at the eschatology of what happens in Islam, all the bad stuff for the Christians is like the good stuff for the Muslims. In the end times, we believe in a massive falling away. Well, in Islam, they believe in a mass conversion. In the book of Revelation, we read that a beast will rise from the sea. And if you take the mark of the beast, you'll be condemned. Some Islamic traditions and writings say that a beast will rise from the sea. And if you take the mark of Allah, you'll be saved. You know, the way that the martyrs were killed in the book of Revelation is through beheading. The number one way you kill people in jihad is through beheading. Why are these similarities here? I don't think Satan's an idiot. He's not a red guy with pitchforks and horns. He's seductive. He's attractive. And the Bible tells us that he can appear as an angel of light.
I don't care if they call me racist. In fact, I couldn't care less what people who hate our country think of me. For decades, the left has used magic words like bigotry, racism, and all these other isms to shut down debate. These are the words they use when they know their position on any issue is indefensible. Like their position on immigration, the idea that being an American is nothing more than your physical location. They'll argue all day long that a nation having borders is essentially a racist idea. Their game is to convince people that the moderate position on immigration is actually the radical one. But for the entirety of our country's history, up until the last decade or so, every sane person knew the truth. First, immigration should be viewed only through one lens. Does this benefit the American people? Any other question really is immaterial. Second, American citizenship is a privilege, not a right automatically granted to any person on earth the second they demand it. Third, American culture is good and beautiful. American values are worth protecting. America, in its essence, is worth protecting against a massive flood of permanent residents who don't care about the things that made this country uniquely great. Despite the fact that this was conventional wisdom for all of American history until this generation of radical leftists came into power, I'm being attacked on a level I never thought I'd see. They're even coming after my family. If they get the chance, they'll knock me out and keep me out of the fight. If you agree with any of what I just said, if you're tired of being called nasty names for loving your country, the link to support me is right here. You'll know what to do from there.
If you're among the majority of Democratic voters that woke up on Wednesday feeling, well, hopeless, because the person who won does not represent your values, well, just know there is still hope. Michigan deserves a senator who is ready to sit with you, hear from you, and represent you. The parents across Michigan who want an education system that sets up their kids for success. You have a home with us. To grandparents across Michigan who are heartbroken from watching their kids and grandkids leave the state. You have a home with us. To young people who are looking for real solutions to solve our housing affordability crisis. You have a home with us. To working families who don't want higher taxes and lower paychecks, well, you have a home with us. And to the vast majority of people across Michigan who do not want to throw their support behind a campaign filled with anger, divisiveness, calls for violence, and the views that are out of touch with your values, well, you have a home with us. The fight is far greater than just left versus right. The fight is for the very soul of our nation. Over the next 90 days, I'm going to work hard to earn your trust, to earn your support, and earn your vote. We have a state to save, Michigan. Let's get to work.
Syed wins, I will not vote Democrat. I'll switch over, and I'll vote for a candidate with character, whoever that might be.
I expect Haley to prevail. And I'm very anxious about the socialist aspect of what Abdul and his supporters represent. I'm a liberal, but I'm not a socialist.
Spent 11-1 in this primary race. Republicans now see that as more winnable. This is the candidate they wanted. They're going to throw a ton of money at this to try to flip this seat. So I think people who are looking at this, particularly some Democrats who I've talked to, who are hoping that he will moderate some of his positions. I think one of the key ones to point to that he is not going to, you just heard him talking about Israel. And I want to tell you really quickly, as I was getting on the plane this morning, a guy who was a big fan of MS Now said to me, I'm anxious to see who wins. And I said, oh, did you vote? And he said, yes, I voted for Haley Stevens. And I said, oh, why? And he said, well, because of Israel, and I don't like the position that Abdul Sayed has on Israel. And in fact, if he wins, I will be voting for Mike Rogers. And you could not get more far apart, right, from two candidates than Mike Rogers and even Haley Stevens. But it's going to be interesting to listen to that, because this has been a primary conversation within this campaign. A campaign, though, that they clearly are celebrating. They have won. But let's be clear, while this is a...
Did you know women prefer men with big, thick, massive, luscious hair? Trump spice, because not every man was born with it.
Put it all on there. The steak, the lobster, the wine Melania ordered, that costs more than a used car. All of it.
Sure, it's declined.
Excuse me? Run it again. That card has no limit. I put no limit on it. I specifically called and said no limit ever for anything.
I ran it 3 times, sir.
Donald, what am I looking at?
Someone has been ordering food on my card. A lot of food. 17 orders from Krispy Kreme. 17 in 1 week. There's only one person on earth who eats that many donuts.
Fix this. I'm not leaving this restaurant embarrassed.
Someone is using my credit card to eat their way through Washington, D.C., and I'm 90% sure I know who. 3rd floor? The attic? Joe?
Would you mind turning on some music? I'd love to see how it's progressed.
Of course. Alexa, play Sexy Red.
My booty hole brown. Did she just say her booty hole is brown?
Yeah, she did. Honey, I'd like for you to meet Carl. He's from 1945.
Hey, Carl, good to meet you. Honey, I accidentally done burned dinner again, so we'll just order in.
That's fine. Don't worry about it, honey.
She just burned your food and you're going to do nothing about it.
Well, it's just an accident. What am I supposed to do?
Well, hell, if she's mine, I'll just...
Oh, my God, dude, no, what is the matter with you?
Your wife is an absolute beauty. Are all women that beautiful nowadays?
You think she's... Buddy, go explore the internet.
What is this contraption here?
So it's a cell phone. We use it to call and text, but mainly just browse the internet for hot chicks. I'm going to go use the washroom if you don't mind. Yeah, for sure. It's just right there.
Honey, where'd your friend go?
He's still in the bathroom. He's been in there for like 30 minutes.
Oh, had this in my pocket. Had no idea, young man.
Did you fall in there? What exactly was going on? You found Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney. I don't know what you're talking about.
You dirty dog. I'm going to look at your browser history.
The Senate has his phone. This is the phone that he used for years, we believe, as the director of the NIAID, which is the position he held during COVID. I understand we're in the process of downloading its contents right now. I can't wait to see what's on it, Jesse. I mean, we learned so much from that last trove of documents. We learned that he got all of those cash prizes, $1 million for himself during COVID. That was illegal, by the way. I can't wait to see what we're going to find out from this phone.
And the Florida AG is looking into some of these awards. He was grabbing cash awards while he was telling Florida to shut down and do this and that. And he knew these rules were BS.
Yeah, you know, here's the thing. The law prohibits a federal employee from soliciting cash prizes. It says you can't go use your employees to solicit cash prizes. You can't use your office, your email. Fauci was doing all of it. Was he even focused on COVID during COVID? No way. He was focused on himself. He was focused on getting rich. And Jesse, he got over $1 million in cash prizes in the span of like 2 years. He's the highest paid federal employee ever. His pension is worth $500,000 a year. Net worth right now north of $12 million. It's a total scam.
Wow, north of 12.
Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. You were bigger than the whole sky. You were more than just a short time. And I've got a lot to pine about. I've got a lot to live without. I'm never gonna be what could have been, would have been, what should have been you.
Manish on the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head. How much I got? A lot. Don't leave again, I won't. Thinking and trying me do like Bryson.
Yes or no, abolish ICE?
Yes. I think you should be impeached.
Every president should get 3 appointments. You can either use your appointment to give somebody who's on the court a second 10-year term and limit everybody's terms to 10 years, or you can include somebody else.
We've also got to make sure that in this state, we are not discriminating by documentation status. Right now, if you're undocumented, you don't get access to a driver's license, so you're stuck. You don't get access to a lot of the basic things the state offers everybody else, and I think that's ridiculous.
So just if you're wondering, America, here's the Democrats' plan. Take the 13 million plus illegals who are here, taking jobs from Americans, taking wages down, taking health care benefits, and bring them here legally so that they can continue to drive down wages, flood the labor force, and suppress
Senator
all of the
Hawley,
above.
they can't flood the labor force if they're already part of the labor force, which is
They
the
are
economic
flooding the
issue
labor
today.
force now. That's what's happening now. Why do
The
you think
majority
wages
have been here for
flatlined?
over 15 years. Many millions have been been here
what has
since the
happened to
Reagan
working class
administration.
wages in that time, Mr. Reifman-Melnick?
Working class
Have they gone
wages
up?
are currently going up. Yes.
Oh, really? They've
They have
gone up over the last 15 years?
Over the
They're
last
up?
15 years, I will have to consult the economists on that matter.
Yeah, they're down, way down. What world do you live in? Listen,
Senator Hawley,
here's the deal. The American people just
phrase,
voted.
"Don't
The American
cut off your
people
nose to
just
spite your
voted.
face"?
Well, you know what? It's my time, not yours. So you're here to answer my question.
Dad, we got snow! Honey, make sure them faucets are dripping! Batteries, I need batteries! Honey, where's the milk and bread I asked you to get?
Honey, we're fine.
We're gonna
It ain't no blizzard of 93, but it is dumping.
Here, put on your layers, buddy. You don't want no damn frostbite, do you?
Dad, I can't move my body.
Like dusting my ass, meteorologist full of shit. Son, come put on these muck boots! These damn roads ain't gonna be cleared for weeks.
But how are they able to do it so fast up north when it snows?
Well, they got the equipment to handle it up there. We ain't got that kind of equipment.
I'm telling you, it is dumping. It's gotta be at least 3 inches.
Hell, go out there, lay down face first and see if it's more than 3 inches.
Oh, you, Linda.
Mom, do we have any sleds I can use?
Hell, just grab the lid off top of the garbage can, honey.
There goes the power. There goes the power.
Honey, relax, it's fine.
No, get the generator going on new everything. Damn, where'd all the snow go?
After careful consideration and reviewing the current eligibility guidelines, I am officially declaring myself a WNBA prospect. If simply declaring who you are is all that's required, then I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in the WNBA. My team and I have carefully examined the WNBA's eligibility criteria and governing framework surrounding self-identification and inclusion. Based on the current guidelines, I can and am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft in May 2027. I am definitely not here to mock, make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. I am simply asking that the current rules be applied equally to everyone. The rules that represent the very values many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for. My team and I are prepared to ensure these guidelines are applied equally, consistently, and without exception. And I look forward to the WNBA honoring its stated principles. See you at training camp.
The government has secretly spied on millions of Americans through their webcams. We know this because Edward Snowden revealed it in his leaks on the NSA operation Optic Nerve. That operation hacked into the webcams of random Yahoo users every 5 minutes. It collected images from nearly 2 million users and stored those images on government servers without their consent or knowledge. If Ed Snowden hadn't leaked it, likely no one ever would have known it happened. At this point, given what we do know, Americans should assume that any device that has a camera or a microphone is constantly spying on them.
Is it true, or do you guys know anything about the fact that 240 journalists were supposedly killed in Gaza over a course of 60 to 90 days?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, and it's true. It's one of the most horrible statistics that's out there, and it's more than all of the journalists killed in all of the other countries of the world combined. Since World War I. No, this is unprecedented. The world's never seen a scale of killing of journalists like we've seen.
How do you think they're able to hide it so well and us not see these videos?
Oh, I've got a friend. Oh my gosh. The Israelis have this very heavy, onerous military censorship law. I've got a friend who, he's an American citizen. He's a blogger, and he was doing some photography for the Guardian newspaper in the UK. So he's in the West Bank, and he takes a picture of a crater where an Iranian missile had landed, and then just sent it to the Guardian. And he's immediately arrested by the Israelis for violating the censorship law. So they said they were charging him with espionage, and this is a death penalty case. He's like, I'm an American citizen. He's Jewish on top of it. He said, I'm a journalist, and they said you might be able to negotiate 20 years in prison. So he said he's freaking out. He's crying every day. He was in jail 2 or 3. He was in jail 2 or 3 weeks, and they finally expelled him from Israel, told him he can never come back. But it's this crazy heavy military censorship they can deem anything they want as a national security secret. It could be, a picture of a hole in the ground from some missile or some drone. It can be a building. It can be anything they want it to be. And they'll shoot you and call it, self-defense and the national defense. And what are you going to do about it? And here in the United States, we just accept it. Whether it's Congress or the State Department, the White House, the mainstream media, we just take it. Whatever the Israelis' rules are, we just adapt them or adapt to them as our own.
What the are you doing? Just doing my job. Get off! All right, fine. I'll see you soon, though. We're everywhere, dog. What are you doing? I told you we're everywhere, Bubba. Damn it, stop! What the What? How's your breathing? Terrible, but thankfully I still got my left nostril. Yeah, let me fix that.
Zelensky put priests and nuns in jail and raided churches and closed monasteries and banned the country's largest Christian denomination. It's a fact. That just happened. I mean, it's happening now. How could Christians support that? How could Christians support the Israeli government, which is murdering Christians in Lebanon, the only Middle Eastern country with a Christian president? Like, it's so not what I would have expected.
Yeah, they also bombed a Jewish synagogue. This is why I don't believe that they believe any of this. They serve much darker forces, and they just want everyone that's a believer or believes in whatever God destroyed.
I think that's right.
Why NATO's weakest link may no longer be Turkey. It may be Spain. For years, NATO had one obvious internal problem. Recep Tayyip Erdogan's Turkey. Turkey controls the Bosphorus and Dardanelles, two of the most strategic choke points on Earth. It has NATO's second largest army after the United States, and it sits at the crossroads of Europe, Russia, and the Middle East. But at the same time, Turkey has acted as a sanctions evasion hub for Iran and built ties with groups like Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood. That contradiction made Turkey NATO's most complicated member. But now, there is a new problem rising inside NATO Spain. Under Pedro Sanchez, Spain is not just disagreeing with the US, it is challenging the foundation of the alliance itself, because NATO is not just a military bloc. It is built on one core pillar, the transatlantic bond between the US and Europe. And Spain is weakening that bond. Last year, Spain refused to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, even as the Donald Trump administration pushed all NATO members to do so. This is not a small issue. For years, the US has complained that Europe is not paying its share for defense, and Spain openly resisted that pressure. Then came the Iran war. When the US and Israel launched military operations in late February, Spain did something far more serious. It refused to allow US forces to use joint military bases for Operation Epic Fury. This is critical because Spain hosts key NATO infrastructure, and denying access during an active conflict directly limits US military options. At the same time, Sanchez publicly called the war illegal and revived the old no-to-war movement from the Iraq era. So while NATO is trying to project unity, Spain is openly opposing the alliance's most powerful member during wartime. But it doesn't stop there. Spain is also shifting toward China. Sanchez recently met Xi Jinping, his fourth visit in 3 years, and urged China to take on a larger global role. This directly goes against a growing European concern about dependence on Beijing. So at the same time, NATO is facing pressure from Russia, China, and Iran. Spain is pulling in the opposite direction. And then came another signal. Sanchez co-hosted a major political gathering with Luis Inacio Lula da Silva in Barcelona. This event was framed as a counterweight to far-right forces, a phrase widely understood as targeting the current US leadership. So now the divide is not just military, it is ideological. And all of this is happening during a moment of deep tension inside NATO. The US is pushing for more control over Greenland for strategic reasons. European countries are resisting pressure, and frustration over burden sharing is growing. Even Mark Rutte has warned that progress inside NATO has been mixed. That is a problem, because NATO is facing Russian aggression in Europe, Chinese global expansion, Iranian military pressure, and in this moment, unity is everything. But Spain is doing the opposite. It is resisting defense spending, blocking military cooperation, challenging US strategy, and building ties with America's rivals. So the question is no longer, is Turkey NATO's weakest link? The real question now is, what happens when a core Western democracy starts pulling the alliance apart from within? Because NATO's greatest strength is not weapons, it is alignment. And right now, Spain is breaking that alignment.
Baby, just pull the plug.
Would you quit being such a
Mommy, she's being mean again.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Get back in bed.
Baby, all I need's a couple cotton candy laundries. I'll be fine.
I can't do it anymore.
Sweetheart, it's the flu. I'm fine.
Can you come read me a story, Mom?
Damn it, are you talking to your mother again?
What? Your temp's 140
You don't mind
degrees.
shit. Now help me clean up this house. It's disgusting.
If you think having a period's bad,
This shit is disgusting.
I just don't let him down. I think it's terminal.
Billy, you have a cold. Honey, I'm gonna go on and hit the Pilates class.
The last thing you need to do is be going off doing the Pilates.
Blue picked the wrong mother. In fact, I'm gonna sweat this bitch out.
I'm so cold.
Just sweating it out, baby. Feel the burn.
Maybe if this is it for me, I just want you to know I love.
If you don't quit being a I'm leaving your ass.
I'm prepared to stay here as long as it would take. I've been to a squillion meetings to talk about this stuff that could have been an email. I'd rather have a back alley colonoscopy than go to another meeting. It is time to vote. We're not going to reach agreement. It's time to vote. That's what God made votes. That's where I am anyway.
Money, and a lot of people.
Not my allies. I control it.
Okay, you and your allies.
$800 million.
Are you going to spend it?
It's funny. Nobody ever, of course, I'm going to do.
You're going to spend it in the midterms.
I could spend it on pretty much anything I want. I'm going to spend it I'm going to help Republicans. And so when you say I don't care.
No, I didn't say that. I said some people say that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I could do a lot easier. I don't have to be away in Nevada yesterday. I didn't have to be in Los Angeles yesterday making speeches. I didn't have to be supporting all the people. I have I have a busy schedule. I said to somebody, wait a minute, you don't understand. I won. I'm not campaigning. Now, that's the other thing. I get a tremendous vote. I have records in many of the states, the most votes ever in Texas and Florida and many, many states, Alabama. You can go through them, many, many states. The most votes ever. The question is, and they're asking this question, and I've had some great polls recently, real polls, but they're great polls. If I don't run, will those people go out and vote?
The screen until you did that.
I'm going to give it to you, dude.
All right, here you go. So everybody knows this drop really well. All three movies playing simultaneously. Okay. This drop is, for those out there that don't know, 4904. It's from October 21st, 2020. But the picture itself comes from July 9th. Okay. And it's also put out different than we normally see. It's 9 of July, another mirror situation going on. But that date is where I'm pulling the drop you just talked about, Joe. So I'm going to go into my theory about how long this is going to take. People need to have patience. I say that every damn show. It's not about you. It's not about your watch, what you want done. They don't give two shits what you think or how fast you want it done. It's going to go by the plan, and you're going to have patience, or else you're going to lose your mind in the process waiting for it. So the drop you just brought up, July 9th, 2019, drop 3387. And I've shown this a few times on my channel about what I think about this. So it says, listen carefully again, which this just goes to what I start every show with, which is the Trump speech, the hour movement. Goes to that. But it says, note the past 2 years, note the next 6. You were told what was going to happen. You were told what battles we face. Strategic, pre-planned, patriots are in control, Q. Now, what am I going to do with this is your note the past 2, note the next 6. All right. So they said this to us in 2019, of course. So note the next 6 would have been to 2025. All right. So, but now we are in the year 2026 officially. All right. So we're past that point and we think we know what's going on, or at least we think things are right in our faces. Right. Yeah. So I've had a thing I've been saying for a while that nobody liked when I originally said it, but now that time keeps going by, it seems more likely that this could be correct. I think we have till the end of the next presidential term to get things totally done. In other words, this next presidential election, 2028, all the way up till 2032. And if you take this drop from this year where we are at, and I say it like that because it's 2 and 6. What year are we in? 26. Oh, okay. So let's do this. Note the past 2 years. What happened the last 2 years? Go back to 2024, right about this time. Butler had happened. Then the election happened. Now Trump's back in office. Things have gotten better. Now, note the next 6. What year does that lead you to? What's 2026 plus 6 years? That's 2032 exactly. So let's note the next 6 years. We were already told what was going to happen. We were told what battles we face. Strategic, pre-planned. Patriots are in control. I think it's leading us for the next 6 years. But that doesn't mean we can't have major things happen between now and then. That could be whether it be arrest or whatever major things. But I think this is telling us all the way through the next presidential entire 4 years we have for this whole cleanup process to happen. I think this drop spells it out for us. And of course, what's the same date drop on that? What I just show you? To enjoy the show. Sit back. What do you just keep posting? Popcorn, all the movie stuff. Well, guess what? We have all 3 movies playing simultaneously. Sit back and enjoy the show because there's nothing you can do about what's going on. Stop worrying about things that you can't control and enjoy the show.
Yeah. Trump is celebrating the far left's primary wins, arguing Republicans will have a better chance at victory in the fall. There are some Democrats who say now's the time for a course correction. The center-left group Third Way is telling Fox it'll spend $15 million to fight against Democratic socialism. John?
Pretty incredible when the Democratic Party is spending that kind of money fighting the Democratic Party. Mark Meredith for us. Mark.
What was that? What broke?
Don't overreact.
Oh, no, you didn't.
It was an accident, Donald.
That was limited edition. My face on money, on a mug. That's not an accident, Melania. That's a crime scene.
It's a mug, Donald.
Lincoln doesn't have a mug. Washington doesn't have a mug. I was the only president on drinkware and currency at the same time, and now he's on the floor?
I'll buy you another one.
Rest in peace, little guy. You held my coffee with honor. Good thing I ordered 12.
You ordered 12?
A president always has a backup. Link in the description. Buy 2 because tragedy strikes when you least expect it. And Melania has butterfingers.
I do not.
That was the backup's backup. I'm down to 10.
Ultimately, a plan to destroy. Well, there isn't even going to be a country that they think they're going to take over a country called the USSA and then run the USA and then run it on communist principles. But they don't understand what they're really going to do. There's not anything left. We're going to be overthrown. See, the real plot is that they know that if they throw us into enough dislocation, we collapse, and this has been modeled out in national security circles. There's a wonderful book about it I can recommend called 1 Second After, which imagines that a nuke, an EMP, goes off over the U.S. in the opening pages. You never even find out who it is. It's not important. It's about how society unravels. And they now know that society unravels over the space of really a lot shorter period than you think, 2 to 4 weeks. And we go through tipping points, we're not going to come back. And by a year later, 90% of us are dead. So that's what the Chinese plan for us is. And there's a very good book called 1 Second After that really sort of, after the National Security Group did its planning, they had somebody write this novel to sort of teach the public what they learned. So imagine a Walking Dead world. If they break our supply chains for about 30 days, we only have 3 days of food in the cities. We have 30 days of pharmaceuticals in the supply chain. Somewhere between 3 days and 30 days, society unravels. We go through a tipping point, and it's like the Walking Dead. And at that point, if you just let it run for a year or two, especially if you let the 20 million cartel folks show up and rape, pillage, loot, and burn. We're just a husk. And then when it's just a husk, China occupies us.
What's up, dude? Who are you? I'm George Washington. America is going back to the moon. You're going to the moon? Yeah, it's chill. This is historic. Didn't even know it was happening, to be honest.
In other news, proof of alien life has been confirmed.
Why are you not freaking out? Just looking forward to the Bob Does Sports LeBron YouTube video tonight. Sir, your priorities are not in order.
In lighter news, a new study shows the food we have been eating for the last 30 years has been slowly all of us.
Hey, look at this new Sydney Sweeney picture. Why are you so relaxed? We just roll with the punches, man.
In a stunning discovery, cloud seeding has been confirmed real, and weather control has been going on for decades.
You're controlling the weather. Knew it.
Isn't that fun, Janice?
How does all this information not drive you mad? It's overwhelming. Just toss in a Lucy, watch TikTok and Reels. There's this guy on there, Biggie Bailey. He's actually, he's not bad. He sounds extraordinary. And handsome.
This is Biggie signing off. Damn, I'm handsome.
This Tony Fauci auto pen pardon. I don't get why Democrats are still defending this man. Like, we all dealt with COVID, including Democrats, and Democrats died. Just as many Democrats died as Republicans died. And they were defending him again with this narrative that somehow Republicans were trying to trap Fauci in a perjury trap. Take a listen.
The goal was to wait for Dr. Fauci to make any kind of misstatement and then have a weaponized Department of Justice file criminal charges for that new statement that would not have been covered by the pardon, leaving Dr. Fauci little choice but to invoke his constitutional right to not walk directly into a trap.
Into a trap. Benny, if he's got nothing to hide, if he's not lying, how can it be a trap? Just tell the truth, right, Dr. Fauci? I thought you were the science.
Well, that's exactly right. But I think that the now pressure needs to be on the places that can charge Dr. Fauci, which is like the state of Florida. And the attorney general in the state of Florida, his name's James Uthmeier, and he was just in Washington, D.C., gathering up an enormous amount of evidence. Ron Johnson was just on our podcast this morning saying that he's giving Dr. Fauci's cell phone data information to James Uthmeier. The states can charge on state-level crimes. There were crimes, of course, in every single state, but the state of Florida was horribly affected by Dr. Fauci's rules and policies. And the only way to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again is to make sure that Dr. Fauci spends the rest of his days in Alligator Alcatraz or Guantanamo Bay or one of those places. You have to make an example of somebody. And there's a lot of people that we should be making an example of, but if you just put one of them in jail, and this is the way to do it. You do the state charges. So everybody should support the attorney general of the state of Florida, who's actually doing something about this. Also, the soon-to-be new governor of Alabama, his name's Tommy Tuberville. He's a senator right now, but he says Dr. Fauci is going to be in jail every single day. Going to be in court every single day of his administration in Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Fauci's 85 years old, too. So, you know, it's one of those things where people just want accountability. And I think it starts with Dr. Fauci to restore public trust for the next pandemic. Benny Johnson, great to see you again. Thanks so much for being here.
Association just announced that coffee isn't just safe, it may actually be good for your heart. After reviewing dozens of studies, researchers found that drinking 2 to 3 cups of coffee a day appears to be the sweet spot. Now, regular coffee consumption is associated with a lower risk of heart disease, a lower risk of stroke, and a lower risk of diabetes. Now, scientists are still trying to figure out exactly why coffee has these benefits, but they've got some interesting clues. Meanwhile, I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee on that news. First, people tend to be more physically active on the days they drink caffeinated coffee. So you got that going for you, which is nice. Coffee may also lower blood pressure through its mild diuretic effect. And it's not just about the caffeine. Coffee is also packed with polyphenols. These are natural plant compounds that act as antioxidants and help reduce inflammation. That may explain why even decaffeinated coffee has been linked to a lower risk of heart disease and diabetes, at least in some studies.
Here are 10 real health benefits of drinking coffee. Some of these might surprise you, and I'll let you read through these at your own pace, but some of the big ones are supporting liver health, a lower risk of type 2 diabetes, it lowers the risk of certain cancers like liver and colorectal cancers, and it reduces risks of depression. It can even give you a longer lifespan. Multiple studies have confirmed that it can increase your lifespan.
And that's why your ex-husband will never find anyone better. Happy divorce, Sharon. You won, he lost. And send. That's 9 cameos tonight. I'm on fire.
Donald, it's 3 a.m. Why are you in the bathroom recording videos on your phone?
I'm doing cameos, Melania, personalized videos. People pay me to talk to them. This is the greatest business model ever invented. No overhead, no employees, just me and a phone.
You're the president, darling. You have a salary.
Not enough. Do you know what Elon makes per second? I need side income. And besides, people love these. I just did one for a guy's divorce party. Told his ex-wife she lost the greatest thing since America. He tipped double.
Hey, Jack, can I get a cameo for my dog's birthday? His name is Commander. He bites people, but he's a good boy, man. I swear.
I really just can't get away from you, can I, Joe?
Donnie, you better not do it.
Okay, Commander, happy birthday. You're a biter, and I respect that. Very aggressive, like Mike Tyson. Anyways, here's my best impression of your father. Commander, buddy, anyway, happy birthday. Baby News Network, Cameo, link in the description. I do birthdays, roasts, dogs, whatever. 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. I'm always open.
Welcome, Mr. Secretary. I know you've got some news when it comes to deregulation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Alex. So it's great to be here with everyone. You know, the regulatory environment as it pertains to housing affordability has really been a big reason when you see the crippling of development and construction around our country. And so we've been traveling around talking to localities about taking inventory of their regulatory environment. We've been doing the same at HUD. And today we're announcing, as it pertains to our FHA mortgage insurance for multifamily building, that we're streamlining the environmental review requirements to make it easier for builders to build and also to have a better utilization of these properties so that we can build more multifamily affordable housing around our country. And again, this just goes with our entire process and efforts that we've had in bringing down the regulatory environment.
So what are some of those requirements that are no longer going to be in place?
Well, if you look at it, we're just reviewing like the railroad vibration requirements, the pipelines. We're looking at fall hazards, things that are duplicative and burdensome, you know, to developers when they're developing multifamily properties. And so to rescind these, to review these requirements, to make it easier for the builders to build, will bring the cost down, which again will go to those that are renting multifamily homes, because as you know, Alex, we need multifamily affordable housing in our country. And the more we can ease the regulatory environment, the better will be, not only for the builders and developers, but for those that are renting these properties around the country.
So
I view that as a very important thing. It's voter ID. If you just even take the ballots out of it, you know, the ballots are very important, but we do that another time. Voter ID, and it's proof of citizenship. And I figure you can't get any more basic than that. In other words, we want to see your citizenship. We want to make sure that you're a citizen to vote. We like photo ID just to make sure, because the elections are rigged in this country. The elections are a mess in this country. And that was proven in 2020. But you have all the Democrats are going to vote against it. Every Democrat is going to vote against
They have
voter
5
ID.
times, to be clear.
Well, they do it over and over. And I think it should pay a price during the election for the election. Every single Democrat is opposed. But not only that, they're opposed to even the great big beautiful bill. I like the term better than the one. I like the great better than the one. But the great big beautiful bill is something that they all voted against, every single one of them. So they voted against, no tax on tips, and they voted against Social Security, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, car loan deductions, all these things, these incredible things. They voted against everything. They vote against transgender all the time, the mutilization of your children. They vote against open border. They vote in favor of open borders. They vote totally in favor of open borders. These people, it's the craziest thing. So I like having their hands go up voting against all of these things. But when you vote against, as an example, when you vote against the Save America Act, you're voting against fair voting. And when you think that they're voting against citizenship, I want to see a citizenship. These are things that nobody can understand when they're voting against photo ID.
News about a U.S. Marine veteran who has been jailed in Russia since 2022 while on his way to a new job in Moldova. Sources say he may be close to death after horrific treatment. Senior foreign policy correspondent Jillian Turner's got the latest tonight. She's at the State Department. Good evening, Jillian.
Good evening to you, John. Former U.S. Marine Robert Gilman has been imprisoned in Russia on trumped-up charges since back in 2022. His family, through their representatives, tell us that his Russian captors have repeatedly tortured him over the subsequent years. They now say, revealing for the first time, that he slipped into a state of semi-consciousness back in June, and they fear he is verging on death.
Right now, he is in a catatonic state. He's being fed through a tube that goes down his nose into his stomach. And quite honestly, we were afraid he may already be dead or he may not come out of this.
Gilman's sister Lexi said today, quote, "I am more afraid for my brother than I have been since this horrible nightmare started. I'm worried that he could die." The Russians have denied Gilman's family and U.S. officials any access to or communication with him since June, despite repeated urging from the Trump administration. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reportedly asked Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov to release Gilman into U.S. custody to receive urgent medical care during a meeting they had in Manila on July 23rd. But there is hope. The Russians have released several high-profile American hostages in recent years.
I thought this would be easy because I have a very good relationship with President Putin.
Gilman, a 32-year-old Massachusetts native, was arrested in Russia while en route to a new job in Moldova. The Russians accused him at the time of assaulting a cop, something he denies.
Democrats are on a roll right now in the midterm primary season. Tonight, we tell you about one of the most controversial figures in that sphere and his impact on the far-left movement. Correspondent Mark Meredith takes a look at internet personality Hasan Piker.
1, 2, 3. Yeah!
He's not a household name yet, but controversial commentator Hasan Piker is becoming a kingmaker in progressive politics.
A Republican will never be elected in this state ever again once our movement is done.
The 35-year-old streamer, who has a growing following, supports abolishing ICE and calls President Trump a fascist. In the past, he also defended the 9/11 attacks.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
Piker later apologized, but critics continue to raise concerns on the campaign trail, including in Michigan.
He's so humble.
Piker's pick, Abdul Al-Sayed, narrowly beat out Congresswoman Haley Stevens. The nominee now says while he appreciates Piker's support, he won't embrace every view.
I'm less focused on folks who are campaigning with me, more focused on the folks I'm campaigning to.
Piker's appearance on the trail has some Democrats furious.
I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here.
Piker is also appearing in Wisconsin ahead of next week's gubernatorial primary. He's backing the left's leading candidate, Socialist Assemblywoman Francesca Hong.
Is it a risk appearing alongside these guys as you kind of frame and head into the general?
It would be risk not to try to build the broadest coalition possible.
Hong herself is facing criticism over past comments, including a now deleted post from 2020 that read, "Cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. She now says,
I don't want to cancel it. I actually love it.
While President Trump is celebrating the far left's primary wins, arguing Republicans will have a better chance at victory in the fall, there are some Democrats who say now's the time for a course correction. The center-left group Third Way is telling Fox it'll spend $15 million to fight against democratic socialism.
1 million Americans died, and I think they deserve to know the truth. Anthony Fauci has advocated for dangerous gain-of-function research for 2 decades now. The question why is not a question that he can have liability for. He was given a pardon. Interestingly, the pardon starts in 2014. That's when the funding of the lab in Wuhan started. So I think he should answer questions. As far as pleading the fifth when you have a pardon, all you have to do is tell the truth, just not commit a new crime. But if we were to grant him immunity from telling the truth, of what value, would his testimony be?
Just so everyone is aware, the estimated deaths from COVID-19 worldwide is 7.1 million, and some estimates have it all the way up to 36 million. I don't think a pardon should be able to pardon 36 million people dying from a virus that you funded. Anthony Fauci needs to be tried for crimes against humanity.
Sing with now, sing for the year, sing for the left and sing for the tear. Sing with now, just for today, maybe tomorrow, good Lord and take it away. Sing with now, sing for the year, sing for the left and sing for the tear.
Person in Michigan that won the other night,
Abdul Al-Sayed.
he is a disaster for the country. got a good line of stuff. I watched him. He speaks well, speaks okay. Seen better. But I'll tell you what, guys like that get in, they'll destroy this country.
You said yesterday, you just
when you get, and we don't know what it was. Was it 10? Was it 15? Was it 25 million illegals? There's no new housing stock. So, you saw rents go through the roof. And now the people don't want to admit it, but there are academic studies that show where ICE goes, rents go down.
That's exactly right.
Rents go down.
So
Lift me up, don't let me fall. Catch me when I've lost it all. In the dark, be my light. Guide me through this endless night.
We have seen the beauty of America's soul and the steel in America's spine. Each test has forged new American heroes to remind us who we are and show us what we can be.
Tonight it's very clear as we're both lying here. There's so many things I want to say. I will always love you. I would never leave you alone. Sometimes I just forget, say things I might regret. It breaks my heart to see you crying. I don't want to lose you. I could never make it alone.
This is who we are. This is what we believe. And these are the values that will guide us as we strive to build an even better and greater future. America's destiny is in our sights. America's heroes are embedded in our hearts. America's future is in our hands. And ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come.
So explain this to me. Democrats say that they care about working people, and yet congressional Democrats have fought us every step of the way as we protect working people's tax money from going to the fraudsters. $230 billion that our fraud task force has identified, $55 billion that our fraud task force has stopped from going to the fraudsters. I really want to believe that Democrats care about working people. The best way to do that is to support our effort to fight fraud.
The president also dismissed media reports that he was dissatisfied with the performance of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. president posted on Truth Social. The fake news, as usual, is spreading false and completely unfounded rumors. I am extremely happy with the job that Pete Hegseth is doing. Iran is likely to try to ask for fees or taxes, transit fees on all ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. That is something the U.S. has already rejected, and President Trump has warned several times during the week that if the strait is not opened quickly, Iran will be hit hard again. Guys, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan there in Tel Aviv for us. Steve, thank you.
Effective immediately, everybody gets the hair. It's mandatory. Pete, tremendous. Very Secretary of Defense.
Sir, they're still trolling the Vegas hair.
They're jealous, Marco. Very jealous. We said nothing can stop what is coming.
I say, love me, oh. granddaddy. Him say nothing in this world like when a man know him free. Free from the lock, I say free from the key. Free like a butterfly, free like a bee. These are the words me hear from my granddaddy. Said it's nice to be free, nice to be free. Free from the lock, I say free from the key. Don't be afraid of your freedom. 'Cause I'm free, do what I want, any old time. 'Cause I'm free, do what I want, any old time. Don't be afraid of your freedom. I said I'm free, do what I want, do what I want, any old time. I said I'm free to be what I choose, to get my blues, any old time. 'Cause I'm free.
Reporting for duty. I woke my dog up. Good to see you, Patriots. Happy Friday. I can see by the turnout and the esteem in the chat that people are on a bit of a down note, are they? I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to be on today or not, and luckily that worked out well, and I'll talk about that. And I wrote something up last night. I couldn't sleep last night thinking about it, and I wanted to put something together, you know, kind of motivating in case I was going to be off for a little while. And so I think I might go ahead and read it, even though that's not the case. You know, I had said also the other day, I was talking about subsidies to bring down the price of groceries. I was studying up on it a little bit because I don't want to just say things and wonder why they aren't the way they are, thinking that it would be so easy. And no, it's not that easy. A lot of the costs we're enduring right now is all tied to energy, and if we get the energy costs down, it would make a big difference all around. Whether or not that's what all the Iran stuff's about, I don't think that's the whole of it, but I think that plays into it, into the future of things. Things take a lot of time. And when you're in a position of power like that, sometimes there's no good decisions, is there? Sometimes there's no great answer that's going to make everyone happy, or there's no good answer that won't create a bunch of problems, a lot more problems than it does help. So I'm going to read this because I know we all feel it, the weight of the past 10 years, the endless competing narratives, the realization that the foundations we once regarded as immutable have been disturbed. We've far too long been immersed in a maze of deception and corrosion, and it's so profound that we sort of feel like we're trying to keep our head above water. And in some ways we are, but it's not the end of America by any means. It's a crucial hour. That was smooth. It's a crucial hour, is what it is, in which we help determine how things go from here. Either way, you know, we're certainly not the first generation to have hard times, but we are the generation that presently has an opportunity to do something about things. And we got to decide whether we're going to yield to these corruptive and corrosive forces, or, you know, rise above it with resolve and vision and steadfast hearts. We can fix what's fractured, but we've got to begin at the beginning, in a way, like with our communities. We can build new relationships, extend hospitality to our neighbors, establish regular gatherings to reflect. I think we're preparing for an era of economic flourishing, though, in all honesty, on a magnitude that we've never seen in our nation. And when the manufacturing objectives that President Trump has worked on for so long are moving, I think we'll see amazing changes. And that, coupled with the currency backed by gold, of course, I think is a big part of that. body hurts. Sorry, guys. This is longer than it was longer than I thought it'd be because I didn't think I'd be on here. Wasn't sure if I'd be. In spirit, we recall the vision of Mr. John F. Kennedy, a genuine peace, not one enforced by superior force or imposed upon the weak by the strong, but a genuine peace for all men and women based upon mutual understanding, mutual respect, and the patient cultivation of shared humanity. And that vision we got to take up as our own, bring it to life. That's a short version. There's a lot of darkness right now. We can't let it dictate what's going on up here and here. It's having hopes, not being sentimental, and trying to have clarities, not trying to live in denial. Let's look at a few things that I brought up today. It's National Purple Heart Day, Water Balloon Day. I mean, come on. That's fun. National Lighthouse Day, Raspberries and Cream Day. What the hell? Sea Serpent Day. I couldn't help it. I haven't seen one of those in a while where they talk about all the stuff happening with the day. So here's a thought of the future when eventually your street lights will be sort of like, or could be, God forbid, like cameras. Street light with 0.5 terabyte of surveillance storage inside. Yeah. And it would be too easy too, sadly. We've got to make sure that doesn't happen. There was something else somebody wrote. If 100,000 flock cameras blanketed America during COVID, do you think authorities would use them to track and log people who refuse to stay home? I don't know. I don't know if they could have. Yeah, I still have the internet. Earlier it was on my mind early today, and I wasn't getting anything done, and I needed to get stuff done with the show, and if I was going to do one, and I needed to, clean my house was a mess, and I don't know, at some point I just suddenly got this feeling, just like God was saying, just do what you need to do and don't worry about it, and it'll be handled. And when I sat back down after doing that, it was handled. Thank you, Steve, by the way. it's a tough situation to just. It's tougher than I thought to bring prices of groceries down, I gotta say, but we still have to come up with answers. I feel like too many times we just kind of decide that that's it, that's the answer, we don't have an answer, and we're just gonna move on. We've gotta dig for these answers ourselves. And subsidizing food for everybody in America for a year would be about $500 billion. Now, you could do it for people that make under so much a year, and it would bring that cost down drastically. And you could possibly even limit it to certain stores and bring the price down, although that would not go over well for other stores. But most of what they were getting in the subsidy would still be going to the costs of energy and labor, and those prices aren't changed, then those people aren't making an income on the subsidy at all, and then they can't pay their employees, and it's difficult. Sadly, I thought it was a good answer. But on the other hand, we could get the price of energy down. We could fix the energy situation. I don't know what their goal is with that, but I'm sure they are on it. I mean, we know what Trump's doing with minerals and mining, and I think that's old energy. But what Patrick Byrne was saying in the intro, as much as it sucks, is it wouldn't take much to break down our system. One little crack and the supply lines fall apart and things, and it goes bad really quick. And that's the kind of stuff you have to avoid to make things possible. And President Trump's taken all the right steps. And when you only see the steps, it doesn't look like much, and you get angry, and you just want to see it done a quick way. I get. I'm not sure what the quick way would be with some of it. As far as justice goes, he's got kind of two options. He can go through the motions of trying to get justice in a justice system that we know there is no justice in, which is the legal way. Or he can go against it completely, and he comes out as a dictator still, or people hate him, or they're angry at him still, and they don't learn anything. And that's kind of some of the reality of it. So, in reality, they're actually moving at a pretty interestingly nice speed. Jalapeno salmonella outbreak sickens 345, prompts a Chipotle recall. I guess lettuce and jalapenos is off the menu, huh? 27 states. Sourced from Mexico. That's another question I had. MJ writes, why can't we grow this shit here in America? And that's not that that's a problem. I wondered if it would be cheaper to grow some things indoors like they do with weed, but oh no, that's not cheaper at all. Turns out the sun is quite handy. Oh, people are wound up. I get it. I don't know why people are so surprised, though, about the way things are. Maybe it's because they don't know how it could have been worse, I guess. Seems to be worse in Ceuta, Spain, for sure. Reports of the rape of a minor already. That's not good. And a ton of unaccompanied minors that apparently are just kind of there. It's a good question what that situation is, but apparently, and I didn't hear this myself, President Trump says data centers will become a bigger industry than oil, calling them a key driver of America's economic future. So there's got to be something more to that, clearly. I mean, on the one hand, yeah, seems a bit premature to say that unless it has some kind of use that can help us sooner rather than later. But I think a lot of them still have to be built. We'll see. President Trump's planning to announce over $180 million in grants to boost educational and trade programs for the mining industry, part of a bid to increase critical mineral production. It's incredibly hot out today. This is from SG. At this point, even typically dishonest Israeli social media are slyly telling you the real reason for the current conflict in the Gulf, Southwest Asia, and in Ukraine, Africa, South America, and soon to be Indo-Pacific. Can you revalue any worldwide market, currency, economic medium if said market is still joined into an underground black market infrastructure that operates in obscure maritime transnational jurisdiction, like the pirates that they are? No, you can't. Can you exsanguinate the lifeblood of a worldwide supranational central banking cabal? Enforce an international evolution in monetary standards, security, and models without first drying up and dismantling those black market ecosystems? No. He's not running the day-to-day planning and build work of every federal agency. He's not capable of micromanaging every significant leader or appointee or screening each of their decisions personally. He's not attempting to salvage or reform every aspect of the old architecture of modern government, economy, and bureaucracy. He knows what must be done, the quickest path to eradicate the evil running this world before it can tear the planet apart Some things must be allowed to destroy themselves. Only then are they permanently, irrecoverably dead, and in the process, all humanity claims its divine birthright together and takes its rightful place among the chorus of creation. That reminds me of something else I wrote about creation. Jesus. I really didn't think I was going to be broadcasting for a couple weeks, week and a half. Many of us hold our convictions tightly. We know what we believe. We've lived by those beliefs for years, and there's real strength in that kind of steadiness. And yet Jesus shows us that the strongest foundation is not being set in our ways for its own sake. It's a life oriented towards others. He never compromised the truth, but he constantly moved toward people, the overlooked, the difficult, the ones who didn't fit the expected pattern. He washed feet, shared meals with outsiders, and forgave those who wronged them. His example reminds us that living like him means using our firmness and service of love, putting the good of our neighbor ahead of our own comforts. When we try to follow that path, something inside of us shifts. We become less focused on defending our own ground and more focused on carrying one another's burdens. Our families will grow closer. Our communities will become places of support. Real strength isn't just standing firm, it's standing firm for others. And none of us do that perfectly, but every time we choose patience over insistence, generosity over self-protection, or quiet service over being right, we take a step closer to the life that Jesus lived. And we help create a world where people truly live for one another. And my point ultimately is just, it's something I really tried to do the past couple of years to really, instead of getting lost in it all, to just try and make sure I'm doing that at least. And the Bible, luckily, uses great examples. Just reading about the way Jesus handled certain situations and the things he said and how he responded, you can really learn a thing or two from it. And yeah. The Department of War published its 5th release of UFO files that you can look at war.gov/UFO. It seems to be pretty much kind of the same so far, just flying things, videos of flying things. Not very exciting videos. Oops. In McKinney, Texas, what do you guys think of this? Muslim man advocating for the massive Islamic mosque to be built tells everyone protesting it that you're wasting your time because the U.S. Constitution already decided that we can build our mosques here. And MJ wrote, our founding fathers fucked up and the Muslims know it and they're spitting right in our faces. It must be stopped. I mean, there's mosques, there's synagogues, there's churches. But that kind of attitude, I don't know. I suppose it's not as bad as the communities they're building, and that I'm kind of against. The all Muslim community. I mean, I suppose we could do the same, but it just seems a little absurd to the idea of what America should be, where we can all live by each other and still have peace of mind, like it or not, if we just respect one another. So, I don't know, it's, yeah. Islam's something else, I don't know. Something else right there. Is that what that video in the intro was talking about? How it's... I don't claim to know much about the story of Islam, but something about the cave and the angel, and it's just I don't know, it's akin to Mormonism as far as that goes, in that regard, you know. Not really any proof that it's anything, in my opinion. Yeah, well, the pedophilia stuff, that's just gotta stop. That just, I don't know. People think that's right. They need to smack up the head, but there were power gaps created in Middle Eastern countries, and Britain went in, and CIA dicked in their business, and mainly because of oil, and Islam filled power gaps, sadly, and the countries got worse and worse and worse, and I think it'll change. It'll change when people see how it really just it doesn't work. People don't want it. It's not right. It's not normal. There's nothing good about marrying a 6-year-old. I don't care what book you're reading. It's something right here. You gotta, if you can't discern that yourself, what's right and wrong, there's some problems. It's kind of all over the place. Somebody wrote, I know a white male sci-fi author that said by his publisher that he had to include gay sex in his book if he wanted it published. And Elon Musk said, same thing seems to be happening with TV shows and video games. It may not be that that's like a written rule, but you know how that shit goes. When there's a trend that they pretend like it sells, if they want to push that trend particularly, which it seems they do, it inundates everything. Your favorite television shows, if you have them still, suddenly start having that kind of stuff. And it's sad that they've all break to that pressure, and I guess that's what it took to be on the air, which is not a good excuse. That has to change too. Hollywood, it's going down. It's all going down. We looked at that. We looked at that. And that again, yeah. All right, let's see what's come up. It's been a little bit since I've been on. It is an incredibly slow Friday, I gotta admit, guys. But I was gonna come on one way or another because I just wanted to encourage you guys and try and do my best to help people understand how complicated some things are, and that I think we're going in every good direction we can. Purple Heart recipients. That's cool. Captain Kyle. Department of War has revoked former Secretary of Air Force Frank Kendall's eligibility for access to classified information and his ability to hold any sensitive position. Unauthorized disclosure of classified information regarding Air Force One's capabilities to a media outlet. Huh. Well, who's saying that the Iran war has depleted all our missiles? And if you caught it in one of those videos in the intro, Tucker Carlson said it too, that the Iran war had depleted our munitions, our missiles and stockpiles. So either it's a 100% complete lie, or it's truth, and we're in some kind of serious engagement of the likes of which we've never seen, that is mostly being kept quiet. What kind of war are we waging over there? It just doesn't make sense if it's just a bombing campaign. So, I don't know. You know, a lot of this stuff you guys can kind of find whether there's any common sense behind it or not. For any travelers flying in and out of the Northeast, please be prepared for delays and cancellation due to controllers calling out sick on top of difficult weather patterns. When roughly 40 to 60% of controllers call out sick at multiple facilities in the New York region, we have to delay flights to maintain the safety of the airspace. Okay. Well, why not hire some more people? Now that you got rid of the DEIs or whatever. Trump's hair. They've been going on and on about Trump's hair for the entire day, it seems like. What do we got here? Look at these debt clock images and think clearly. The Federal Reserve cartel is getting repoed. Forfeiture liability. Remember Trump's executive orders in Section 4 that each Federal Reserve Bank shall have power, 5th, to have succession until dissolved by act of Congress or until forfeiture of franchise for violation of law. Yes, they have violated the law, and it's on the debt clock with all the fraud. The debt clock has also shown us the Treasury dollar will increase in value 34% in 10 years. By no means that is small. So what we know now is that the fractional reserve banking is ending. The tax is ending. It is. It's transition. And it does take time. We can fix these problems. The average first home buyer shouldn't be 40 years old, like they were talking about. The fan. And why does it take so long to fix all this, you ask? Why can't they just hand out some money or whatever? Some money, maybe, I don't know. A large sum of money, it would be chaos. You can see what they've been doing all day today.
President Trump last week threatened what would have been one of the largest military campaigns, or the largest military campaign since World War II, against the Iranians. And now we are, because of that, we are in talks with the Iranians. And I think there is a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow to open the strait and move towards a more normalized position in this conflict.
I thought the strait was open and they were asking if they could take fees, but I'm lost on that situation a little bit. More than $1 billion in suspicious transaction linked to Jeffrey Epstein processed by J.P. Morgan Chase, Deutsche Bank, and Bank of America. Go figure. The Senate has passed a major Russia sanctions bill tied to late Senator Lindsey Graham's negotiations, targeting Russia's energy buyers with punishing tariffs and expanding sanctions on Iran. Let's see if we can find new stuff. These fires are something else. Every summer, it's worse and worse. There's quite a large volcano in Guatemala erupting. Strike the World Trade Center building. Lightning. Ship-it-choo. It's a big building. Follow the money. It's been reported that more than $115,000 is poured in Abdul El Sayed's campaign from CARE-affiliated donors. And we talked about that a little bit yesterday. It's Muslim Brotherhood related stuff. 198 police officers shot in the line of duty this year. That's insane. I also found it insane that almost 50 people a day get hit by a train in India. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. That was amazing. Dominion's Serbian software guru was emailing about uploading cartridges of ballots into WinEd's Venezuela's Smartmatic at 7 a.m. on November 3rd, 2020. But their CEO testified it's all U.S. tech operated by U.S. citizens with clearance. Yeah. Bull. Hunter Biden. General Flynn, the war in Europe can end quickly and peacefully and must. America can still gracefully exit the war in the Middle East and should. I don't think we should. Maybe this is all about the whatever the movie is they're playing out. What movie are we on? Are we on The Sum of All Fears yet? A nuclear exchange is still not out of the question. And yes, it is. Our national debt will never be repaid, causing our economy to eventually take a nosedive. Yeah, but that's kind of what we expected to happen at this point in the game, and I think even planned to happen at this point in the game. Our election system and processes are still broken and corrupt, and little has been done to fix them. Yeah, well, that's Congress. We still allow China to send tens of thousands of students to American universities to represent us all. President Trump changed, changed how they can do that. The law is now the intellectual property has to stay here at the universities. We have no idea exactly how many humans have illegally entered our country, and allowing any of them to stay is not helpful. You could probably ask Alejandro Mayorkas. I disagree with that statement. Allowing any of them to stay is not helpful. Trump did extend some of some H1s or some. What did he extend? Something to keep some people helping with the farmers, just to keep it going, to keep the system going. Our elementary and secondary public school education system is completely broken. This stuff all takes time. I think we've made... Look at the roller coaster we've been on. I mean, look at where we were in 2016, and then where we were by 2020, and that hell on earth, and then where we're at now in comparison. The rise of Islam and communism in America is a direct result of many issues. That's another thing. The stuff with the socialism and people like Mamdani, the media tries to make it look like that style of politics would actually work by trying to make it look like what Trump's doing is really, really bad. And then people buy into it and think, oh, it would work. And they vote on these tiny little issues that they don't deeply understand, and then that's how we've ended up with people like that. But that can change too. It can all change. Insiders versus outsiders. This Benny Johnson update.
The way history tends to go, things move very slowly, and then all at once, everything changes. President Trump just declared victory in the Iran war, and massive news out of that region about the potential death of Iran's leader and new security arrangements, and the peace deal between Iran and America and Oman and the other nations will change the region forever. Let's cover all of it quickly right here. Donald Trump won the Iran war. How can you say that? Well, maximalists wanted regime change, minimalists wanted nothing, and doubters only waffling. The victor gets to define victory, and everywhere you look, the region is moving Trump's way. It
looks like it's from yesterday, but it's a bit premature to declare that too, I would say. Frank Kendall, the leaker behind the security capabilities of the new Air Force One. Air Force Secretary under Biden. Oh, there is something we can watch tonight. I forgot about it. Might be a little bit out there. I forget exactly what it is. We pulled it last night.
In my role as the White House chairman of the White House Transparency Task Force, we released some new documents. What do they show? Arizona's largest county suffered a significant breach of its election data in the days before the 2020 presidential election. Yep, the one that they called the most secure wasn't.
And we know what's going to happen with that. We sadly have to wait and go through the motions of it. Miller time. That's kind of funny. What's really going to happen on August 12th? Probably nothing. Tucker Carlson brought Hunter Biden on his show. Did you drop off laptops? No, the answer is no. Maybe he didn't. Without passion, you don't have energy, and without energy, you have nothing. It's just one more of my totally brilliant quotes. Use it well. And what gives humans energy, Mr. President? Food. Oh, the irony. I'm just being a dick. I'm just being a dick.
The reason we have 1,000 military bases is not for military power. They're lily pads for smuggling. That is how CIA smuggles gold, guns, drugs, cash, and small children for the elites in the United States. War is a profit center, not just for oil. War produces body parts. It produces orphans. It produces all kinds of human goods that can then be trafficked. And the banks rely on war and drugs for their cash flow, for their liquidity.
Lovely. It's about time to end these bullshit wars or whatever they're doing. I don't care if they're just faking it. Let's end it. Smack Ukraine around a little bit. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan signed Mecca Agreement Defense Pact. Any military against any of the three countries will be viewed as an attack on all three. That's not good. See, that's the kind of stuff I don't like to see. Because of what's happening in Iran, it's undermined. Or at least it appears. I don't think Saudi Arabia is walking away from Trump necessarily, but it's hard to understand it all. It's right there in front of you. Takes time. 1,200 illegal aliens arrested in Georgia. We saw that in the intro. President Trump got quite a few of his nominees pushed through. And still others to work on. Flock camera vandalism.
The backlash against AI-powered license plate readers is escalating, with some Americans now blocking, disabling, even destroying the devices, saying they are fighting back against mass surveillance. Correspondent Dana Marie McNichol is live in Tampa. She's reporting for us. What's the big deal, Dana Marie?
Hey, John. Well, these flock cameras are sparking a debate because they can be found in at least 43 states. They scan license plates and also log identifying data like make, model, and color. Now, the police, they say they're critical in tracking down criminals, but others argue the technology is an invasion of privacy. Now, some are calling it vigilante vandalism, and the movement is spreading fast. Flock camera poles sawed in half in New York, others covered in spray paint in Texas and Ohio. A California man was charged with a felony after running over several. Now, vandals are hitting every corner.
I mean, if a kid's missing, they could help track a plate, but I don't see how, aside from that, they're good for much else in crime. So they can say, oh, we know that this car went through here, but you can't necessarily say who's driving that vehicle. You might get lucky and find cameras on the route. The only problem again is third parties being able to get into the data. That's a big problem. And then finding out that, you know, they spy on you through all your other cameras anyway. This is cool. Just looks cool. And Fauci's getting subpoenaed by 3 states now, last that I checked. There's Virginia, Florida, and one other state. Eric Swalwell's past romance with Stephen Miller's now wife revealed amid reported Fang drama. Oh my. What a bunch of nuts. That's what I say. So I know one is on with Mr. Chambers.
Paused the midterms just before the midterms. Some other people have come forward and said they think it could happen as early as late August, Steve Bannon being one of them. I don't think so. We're not. We need every inch of runway to get this big bird off. And so I don't think it happens literally till the last week of October. We're going to use every inch of the runway. We're already, in reality, past the point of no return because the primaries have all happened. You're not going to fix this with the SAVE Act or a executive order or something like that. It's already been proven that can't do it. So with that in mind, probably at the last possible second, he's going to come in, do something remarkable, and then we go into this next phase, which includes for the whole world. Much of the world is waiting, standing by for what's about to happen next, because the election thefts and frauds are worldwide. And the pushback to overturn what's occurred will also have to be worldwide, but starting in America. And we get our situation under control and go out and help other countries, brothers sharpening brothers, iron sharpens iron, to get to honest elections, which is what Trump's wants as a core feature of his legacy, and then honest money. And both of them do go together, because part of the reason for stealing all these elections is so they can control money flow and profits around the world. And we're going to attack that too. And it won't be in the ways that our enemies have planned. It will be in ways that serve American interests and our friends across the world. And some of the things are going to shock this audience as it happens. But here's the important feature. It's just like people saying, we're going in category 7. Don't travel, don't do anything. It's the end of the world. Bullshit. It's a process. And in fact, you don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes. They're coming at us, though. They're coming. Okay, well, if you want to be effective, don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes. They don't even know we're here. But, okay, hold your peace. Hang tight. The moment's coming. Think of, again, Moses is out there. There's people screaming at him from the audience, from the crowd around him. Why did you bring us out here? Pharaoh and his army are coming at us. Look at that cloud. It's a great cloud of dust coming at us from all the chariots. We're all going to die. There weren't enough graves in Egypt. You brought us out here to die? And Moses says, hold your peace. The people that are coming after you after today, you'll...
So, yeah. We need the runway. Free money, free elections. Gotta have both. Let me get off this channel and look at a couple other things real quick, and we'll get out of here and wanted to check something out. Bum, 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 bum. Be careful who you follow. The hair. That's neat. People put together some cool things. Where am I? All right. Well, we're gonna go a little off the wall then. Watch something a little different, I think. It's Aaron in the chat. Hi, Aaron. How's it going? 1963. What a long, strange trip it's been. It's about to get weirder. I want to see what this guy has to say.
President Trump reposts image of a tall grey alien in shackles. Video evidence of UFO activity above the moon goes mainstream. Secret underground base in Alabama has had superluminal spacecraft since the 1960s. Billionaire Robert Bigelow told President Trump in a private meeting about UFO crash retrievals and the existence of non-human intelligence. These stories and more on Exopolitics Today, the midweek review.
Is this going to be 2 hours?
Welcome to the August 6th edition of the Midweek Review. I'm not doing an end-of-week review this week because I have a webinar scheduled for Saturday. So this week we just cover the exopolitics issues up until this August 5, and I will pick up next week for the intervening issues. But I'll talk more about the webinar I'm doing on Saturday later in this broadcast. So let's begin with the first story I want to cover, which is a post by Congressional Representative Eric Burleson, where he released a preliminary implementation guidance shared by the Trump administration regarding President Trump's UAP NDA directive. And what this guidance does is it gives whistleblowers who are thinking about coming forward to talk about UFO-related issues or information that they saw while working in the military or the intelligence community, that they, as long as they reveal what they experienced and saw to the official government reporting bodies, which are the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office and the President's Pursue Initiative, then they are protected from any retaliation for violating their NDA that they have signed with a military service or with a contractor. So this is very important because this is a step in the right direction to give protection to whistleblowers who are going to be reporting to these official US UFO institutions that have been set up. Now, that should result in important whistleblower testimonies and documents on a range of UFO-related issues, such as crash retrieval operations, reverse engineering efforts, and activities in deep underground military bases being released from special access programs controlled by the military intelligence community. Now, most likely is that this information will be eventually released into the public arena by members of Congress who have access to classified Arrow and Pursue reports. So when a whistleblower goes to Arrow and goes to the Pursue Initiative and says, well, I experienced this particular information or got this particular information in the job I was doing with the military, with the intelligence community, and I signed a non-disclosure agreement, they can talk about anything related to UFOs to these bodies. Now, that doesn't mean that that's all going to become public. What it means is that these official government organizations, Arrow and Pursue, will review that information and decide whether or not it is something that they can release to members of Congress, who in turn are likely to release that into the general public. So while it is very likely that this information that results from whistleblowers being able to violate their NDAs, eventually having that information released into the public arena, it's not guaranteed, because Arrow or Pursue might conclude that, well, this is something that if we release, it might violate the national security of the US. So while it's likely, it's not guaranteed. But what we need to point out, however, is the biggest UFO non-human intelligence secrets are kept in independent research and development contracts run by legacy aerospace companies with federal funding. So employees in these IRADs who sign non-disclosure agreements with their corporate employers are not covered, as they are not part of the military intelligence community. Also, the intellectual property contained in IRADs is deemed proprietary. So that's going to be the biggest nut to crack, because when you get these legacy aerospace companies, whether it's Lockheed, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, BAE Systems, their employees are bound by their NDAs, and this release from NDAs by the Trump administration only applies to the military and the intelligence community, but not to corporate employees working in corporate facilities who are having access to UFO-related information. So UAP GERB explains how the Legacy program shifted in 1994 to Special Access Program Oversight Committee, which he believes is the Majestic 27, and the misappropriation of funds. So he did an interview with Ross Coulthart where he talks about what he learned in his research and why he believes that in 1994, Majestic 12 morphed from this body that had been initially created with 12 members to now a body of 27 members, and that it was actually called the Special Access Program Oversight Committee. So let's listen to what he has to say.
Program portfolio in a quasi-government and industry control group of 27 individuals, where the Department of Defense Special Access Program Oversight Committee and Central Office, the SAP Central Office, were used as predominant gatekeeping structures. So I think that 1994 is the exact time that control was permanently vested outside of the U.S.
Really? So it's only as recently as 1994. So it's what, 32 years ago?
I believe so. But remember, from 1982 onward, the program had to get creative to kind of scatter itself into the wind. So maybe break off parts of its arms and hide them within the Aerospace Corporation, within Lockheed.
So let's go back to Majestic 12, MJ12. That was a control group run by government through the National Security Council, direction of the president, operated presumably under a PEAD, a Presidential Emergency Action Directive, or whatever you call it. Is there such a control group today? And if not, when did that idea stop?
I think that control group of 27 still exists, but the programs are so scattered and siloed with a flat hierarchy. There's no centralized figure that can move the direction of all of the legacy programs in the U.S. under one centralized effort, mission, or vision. I think that the last person to do that was Dick Cheney. And I think further problems exist because in 2005, with the global war on terror, some of our favorite defense contractors like Northrop Grumman said, why don't we take IRAD, Independent Research and Development, and kickstart our own programs? Why are we being accountable to our government sponsor, our government handler? We have the money to do our own thing. So Northrop and others began to kind of play their own fiddle and do their own thing at the time.
And this is
all right. So there you have UAP GERB sharing his research that it was in 1994 that this Special Access Program Oversight Committee was set up that contains 27 members, and he calls that Majestic 27, and that's the modern day version of the Majestic 12 group as it was originally understood back when you had the Eisenhower briefing document where there were these 12 officials that were named that had set up the Majestic 12 group. Now, I feel that this information that UAP GERB has released is not accurate, that the Majestic 12 group actually morphed much earlier into an international oversight body in 1969. So this is what was revealed in a document released by a source called S1 that was a cover letter to Majestic documents that were eventually sent to the UFO researcher Timothy Good by a CIA counterintelligence officer who worked under James Jesus Angleton. So his name was Newton Scotty Miller, and he described how in 1969 the Majestic 12 group was dissolved from a basically US oversight group of UFO phenomena to an international control group. So this information from UAP Gerb, I don't think he really is describing the Majestic 12 or the current version of the Majestic 12 group or Majestic 27 when he refers to this Special Access Program Oversight Committee, which really pertains to US corporate programs or US SAP programs, special access programs that may involve the UFO issue, but these are in the US. The International Control Group, which took over from Majestic 12 in 1969, has equivalents of special access programs operating in the major Five Eyes countries and other partner countries who are part of this international group that is conducting UFO programs and is in control of the legacy program. And so the US branch Gerb is correct in describing that as containing 27 individuals, but that's different to the international control group. But nevertheless, it's really good to see that the composition of the MJ12 group is being discussed and that the role of IRADs, independent research and development contracts in government or in classified programs are also coming to public attention. And I think that UAP Gerb is absolutely correct that the crown jewels of NHA non-human intelligence-related projects are in the hands of corporations, and many of these corporations employ former senior military and intelligence officials to maintain secrecy from prying government officials. So here is a new researcher, or relatively new. I mean, I haven't really heard too much about him previously, but he did an interview on Jesse Michaels, and I thought it was very well done. His name is Jason Samoa, and so he talks about the secret government that's hiding UFOs from the world. And I do plan to interview Jason later in the month. But what I want to say about this interview he did with Jesse Michaels is that I think he did a really great job, a brilliant job in identifying the network of corporations set up before and during World War II that helped the Nazis in creating their flying saucer programs, and how after the war this network evolved into the current transnational corporation that runs anti-gravity and other advanced tech programs related to UFOs and the current formation of MJ12. So he is absolutely correct about the Fourth Reich, secretly created from the Red House meeting, the Maison Rouge, I think that's just French for Red House, that occurred in Strasbourg. Well, it was Strasbourg, France today, but it was Strasbourg, Germany at the time. And that's when these leading industrialists from Nazi Germany all met, and they decided on the strategy for relocating their enormous finances and technical secrets outside of Nazi Germany because they saw defeat as impending, and they enlisted the help of their peers from other major countries, corporations that continued to cooperate with these Nazi corporations. And the point here is that, and this is what Jason's point that he's making, is that these industrialists had more in common with one another than they did for national allegiance. And so their interest in what their joint corporate interests were or are transcended what loyalty they had to their respective nation states, whether that was Nazi Germany, Britain, the United States, Australia, and so forth. So he is correct that the Fourth Reich was created from this meeting in Strasbourg, 1944. And I thought it was really excellent work in how he was able to connect those attending the Martin Bormann secret meeting in Strasbourg as part of a transnational network of companies that funded the creation of the Fourth Reich and continues to this day through the World Commerce Corporation. So that's an organization that continues to exist, and he sees that as really the umbrella organization to what is happening in terms of control of all these kinds of UFO legacy programs that exist not just in the United States, but allied countries as well. So that's really important information. Now, what I felt was missing in Jason's analysis, and that's what I look forward to talking to him about at the end of the month, is the role of the US Navy in countering the Fourth Reich transnational corporation, which is critical for understanding the big exopolitical picture. You won't find answers to identifying the Navy's role in publicly released documents and historical records. Now, I've been watching a lot of researchers, people such as Joseph Farrell, Daniel List, Jesse Michaels, and of course, more recently, you've got Jason Somoza scrutinizing a lot of historical records, and they're able to deduce from those historical records how a lot of things have transpired. But I think to really understand the big picture, especially when it comes to the role of the Navy, you're not going to find it in historical records, because the Navy has been really very good at purging public records of the Navy's role in the UFO issue. It really has been a very deliberate effort. Now, how the Navy has been able to do this while the US Air Force and the US Army and other intelligence community in the United States have not been able to so completely scrub their records, I think it's because the Navy is probably using some kind of temporal technology, if you like, to hide its role in the UFO issue. So this is where I think the focus on historical documents just isn't enough. You need to consult with the whistleblowers. This is where people like William Tompkins, William Cooper, and others who have exposed the Navy's role in this phenomenon, they really need to be studied closely. So, I certainly think that when we come to the testimonies of people like William Tompkins, that is where we're going to learn how the Navy has responded to the presence of this Fourth Reich. And I talk about the Navy Secret Space Program in the two books, the Secret Space Program, the US Navy Secret Space Program, and Antarctica's Hidden History. Now, what will be of interest to Jason, who bases some of his research on the work of Tom DeLonge in his Secret Machines, who hypothesized this Maynard Corporation as being the ultimate controller of the worldwide network of corporations that have control of the legacy UFO program, is that when Bill Tompkins was given a private interview with Tom DeLonge, that Tom DeLonge at some point felt that Tompkins' information was just too much. I mean, he just didn't believe it. And he just walked out of the meeting. And so I think it's very important that we understand that William Tompkins was the real deal. Tom DeLonge is a pop star or a musician, a rock star, who was, let's just say, appropriated, conditioned, influenced by 10 individuals that were part of the legacy UFO program to believe a particular narrative. So Tompkins was sold that narrative. I think that narrative comes through his secret machines, and that's why he proposes that all power when it comes to UFOs is concentrated in this Maynard Corporation, which, according to Jason Somoza, equates to the World Commerce Corporation. Now, I think that information is accurate to a certain extent, but misses the role that the Navy has been playing in all of this, that it's not just these elites in the World Commerce Corporation, the transnational network running the show. The Navy does have its own secret space program. It has kept this secret for decades successfully, and it's been very good at scrubbing public records of its existence. But it has gotten a few individuals such as Bill Tompkins and Bill Cooper to come forward and talk about the program. Now, President Trump on August 1st reposted the meme of him walking next to a tall grey alien who is in shackles. So you can see shackles around the ankles and a shackle around each wrist. Now, why did Trump do this? Why is he reposting this meme? I mean, clearly created by AI. So what message is he sending? I think what he's doing is that he's signaling that in the very near future, he's going to make a disclosure statement about the existence of non-human intelligence and secret UFO crash retrieval operations. The reposted meme conveys the message that we are in control and there's nothing to be frightened about. So that meme really does convey, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and that meme really achieves a couple of things. First, it reveals that extraterrestrial life is real. These beings have been recovered from crashed vehicles, and the shackles represents that we are in control. Very important. This is critical because one of the things predicted in the 1961 Brookings Report is that announcing the discovery of extraterrestrial life could lead to societal breakdowns similar to what happened to the Mayans and the Aztecs with the arrival of the all-conquering Spanish World Cup soccer team. Did I read that right? No, sorry, I meant, actually, that's the conquistadores. But the World Cup soccer team, they were also conquistadores. They smashed the Argentinians and smashed France and all the others. So they were conquistadors, the World Cup soccer team from Spain. So anyway, going back to the 1400s, the Spanish conquistadors did the same thing to the Mayans and the Aztecs and the Incas. They just destroyed their civilizations because the technological gap was so wide. So what Trump is signaling here is that the captured alien meme is intended to convey, especially to evangelical Christians who believe most, if not all, NHI are demons, that they can trust Trump, who is in control of UFO disclosure. So this meme, when I look at it, what it tells me is that Trump is preparing us all for a major statement that ETI is real, they've been recovered from crashed UFOs, and that we, the United States, is in control of the situation. We understand their technology, and there's nothing to fear. And I think this, actually, when you look at it on the surface, it's a really, I think, sensible way of being able to do disclosure, because it allays the fears of a lot of people about NHA being demons, being all powerful, having technologies that could conquer the earth. But here Trump is signaling that no, we are in control. They're not going to conquer the earth. Their craft are crashing. We're retrieving them, and we've imprisoned them and interrogating them, and we've reversed engineered their technology. That's what Space Force is for, and that's coming soon. Okay. All right, here's a interview I did with Chris O'Connor, where he talked about 3 20 back programs he did on with the, well, first of all, it was with the Solar Warden program, and then his last 2 20 back programs were on Saturn's moon as a diplomat. So incredible stuff. He talks about age progression as well as age regression. So incredible technology that has been available. If you accept Chris O'Connor's testimony, it's been available since the early 1970s. And that matches what Bill Tompkins had said as well, that he worked from 1967 to 1971 at TRW on mastering age regression technology. So Chris O'Connor's testimony is very, very important, and I think that a lot of valuable insights into the way the secret space programs are run and how these programs relate to different extraterrestrial civilizations, how diplomacy is conducted with them, and Chris's book that we discuss in the interview gives his full length account of what he experienced, and it has a lot of very interesting information about the extraterrestrial civilizations that he came from, that he conducted diplomacy with, as well as the negative hierarchy on the planet Earth or involving extraterrestrials. Okay, so here is a paper from 3 researchers from Ukraine's main astronomical observatory that say that high-speed telescope footage captured more than 20 unidentified objects near and apparently moving across the moon. So the authors of the paper, the 3 astronomers, divide the UFOs into 2 groups of stationary objects that flash in repeating patterns and large disk or toroidal objects that appear to travel over the lunar surface. So some are between the Earth and the moon, possibly in the upper atmosphere. Others are just above the lunar surface. And he describes they describe some of the craft as being disc-shaped craft, so flying saucer-shaped craft. And they're said to measure between 25 and 40 kilometers across. So that's huge. We're talking about the size of a modern city, or a decent-sized city. The toroidal objects are estimated at roughly 36 kilometers wide, moving at speeds of up to 11 kilometers per second. The researchers also report repeating brightness fluctuations and rotation patterns that they interpret as signs of structured technological behavior. So these are under intelligent control. Now, the authors of the paper openly propose that the moon may serve as a base for UFOs, that such objects could reach the Earth in around 20 minutes, and that what we call UAP may be the Earth-side manifestations of the same phenomenon. These conclusions aren't established fact. The distance, size, and speed estimates depend heavily on the assumption that the objects were genuinely associated with the moon rather than foreground objects, atmospheric effects of imaging processing artifacts. However, the raw footage and methodology deserve serious independent review, because if even part of the analysis holds up, we need to know exactly what is moving up there. So you got this compelling film footage of UFOs that appear to be flying above the moon's surface as much as 40 kilometers in size, but the astronomers kind of like give the caveat that, well, it could be that this could be some kind of atmospheric effect of the image processing and not connected with the moon at all. So even though they think it's connected to the moon and they propose there's a moon base from which these giant UFOs are emanating, they can't be certain. So it's good to see that there are scientists who are talking about these kinds of craft that are being sighted and videotaped above the moon. Now, when it comes to the origin of these craft, we have to ask ourselves, okay, let's just assume that, they are genuine disc-shaped flying saucer craft, toroidal craft that are flying above the moon, 25 to 40 kilometers in diameter. Who do they belong to? Do they belong to an extraterrestrial civilization? Do they belong to a inner Earth civilization or beneath Earth's oceans? Or could they even be belonging to the secret space programs? Well, according to William Tompkins, who was involved in designing space carriers for the US Navy, these were initially designed to be a mile long, 1.6 kilometers long. And while there were some transport vehicles that would be a little bit bigger than that, nothing as big as 25 kilometers or even 40 kilometers was mentioned by Tompkins. So I think that's the Solar Warden program, even though it has several moon bases that are likely now controlled by US Space Command, and that its moon bases do have these very large craft, these space carriers, possibly a mile and a half or a mile long, or even transport vehicles that might be longer than that, 2 miles or so. Those are still much smaller than these flying saucer craft that were sighted above the moon. Now, talking about the moon and a moon base, there was a very interesting synchronicity with this paper that was released by the Ukrainian astronomers discussing the video evidence of UFOs above the moon and there being a base on the moon, because just as they released their paper that was based on observations from 2025 videos of the moon, this information came out from two sources, probably or possibly independent, maybe that's something to be still determined, that the major Space Command base or Solar Warden base on the moon, called Lunar Operations Command, was attacked by the Dark Fleet, or the Nachtwaffen, that is the German Dark Fleet that was initially built in Antarctica during and after World War II. Now, the first source talking about this attack is Dr. Catherine Milano, who is a clinical psychologist, and I've interviewed her a couple of times on my Exopolitics Today website, and I think she's very credible. And she claims to be in touch with the Ashtar Command and with the Space Force, that she says she's established a link with Space Force. And she says that she was told that the German Dark Fleet, the Nachtwaffen, launched a surprise attack on Lunar Operations Command on July 27. So she did an announcement on her website on July 28, one day after this supposed attack. And so the link to her website, to her YouTube channel with this report, you can find there. Now, the second source is Ishmael Perez, who claims to be in touch with Valiant Thor, a Venusian who began working with the Pentagon in the 1950s, who allegedly told Perez that Lunar Operations Command was also attacked by the Dark Fleet. Perez released very similar or matching information in a August 1 live stream. Now, I'm currently investigating both of these claims, and the big question is, well, are they truly independent, which would mean that, well, we have mutually independent sources talking about the same thing, or is one a copycat of the other? And because Catherine Milano's report came out first, then I think we do have to look at the possibility that Ishmael Perez has copycatted Catherine Milano's information. So that is something still to be investigated. All right, so I want to move on now to an article written by an investigative journalist in Britain, Christopher Sharp, and he's written an excellent overview of where things stand in terms of President Trump delivering a speech disclosing the reality of non-human intelligence recovered from crashed UFOs before the November federal election. So, as I said earlier, I think that meme that Trump reposted of the tall gray alien in shackles, that is preparing the public for this speech. This is the announcement that Trump is, apparently it's already been written, and it's just a matter of choosing the right time to reveal that. So Sharp explains the main current developments leading to this historical juncture where a UFO disclosure speech is delivered to the president or by the president. He also refers to powerful forces trying to stop the speech from going forward. So yes, there's definitely a legacy UFO program which is trying to stop Trump from revealing the existence of non-human intelligence and the recovery of crashed UFOs. They don't want that. That's information they believe is too much for the public to handle at this time. They want to kind of slow walk the whole thing. They don't want us to know about the deep underground spaceports and the space programs and the colonies on Ceres and on Ganymede and in other star systems. You know, they want us to like keep guessing about, well, this UFO is real, but where is it? We don't know. Hey, guess what? We don't know. I mean, really, that's where they want to keep us. But there are those in the those that we call white hats that are associated or working with the Trump administration that want to move us forward. They genuinely want us to kind of like know that NHI are real, that there have been crash retrieval operations, that corporations are reverse engineering these. Because I think the next step after they do that, step 2, and that'll probably happen next year if they can go ahead with this announcement, which will be the announcement of the successful reverse engineering of brand new fleets of flying saucers, flying triangles, flying rectangles with the latest, coolest anti-gravity technologies, torsion field physics, propulsion systems, temporal technologies that have been developed by legacy UFO, by legacy aerospace corporations that are working with US Space Command, who now have all these fleets of spacecraft that are now available to protect the Earth from bad ETs, like these tall grays whose craft have been crashing on Earth. and we are going to make a big announcement soon, and we're going to reveal the fleets and the existence of an international consortium of countries collaborating with Space Force and Space Command in developing an Earth Defense Force. And guess where that's going to come out of? You guessed it, Green Mountain. More on that soon. So, on the surface, this speech that Trump has prepared and is ready to deliver is very similar to the situation in 1963 when President Kennedy was on the verge of forcing the CIA to share classified UFO files with other branches of the US government. Kennedy was ready to reveal the truth, not to the general public. That's not correct. That's disinformation. He was ready to share classified UFO files with NASA, the State Department, and other branches of the US government, and with the Soviet Union. That was how Kennedy was going to do his workaround of the CIA's stranglehold over UFO classified information. And Kennedy was assassinated for that. Trump is at the same point. But Trump, unlike Kennedy, has the benefit of a very powerful institutional force helping him, which is the Department of the Navy. The Department of the Navy are protecting Trump. Trump, I've said this before and I'll say it again, in 2015, Donald Trump was approached by a group of generals and admirals who convinced him to run for the presidency in order to prevent there being a military coup that could lead to a civil war. So that is very important. So Trump is moving forward with the help of powerful forces within the military-industrial complex, and Space Force and Space Command are working very closely with the Navy's Solar Warden program to move the disclosure process forward because they deem it necessary for US national security and global security. So this is very understandable because breakthroughs in understanding advanced technologies from non-human intelligence will be tremendously boosted if these are released from the shackles of highly compartmentalized special access programs that limit access to relatively few scientists and instead become open sourced, where millions of scientists from the top universities in the United States, Britain, Canada, Australia, Japan, and so forth have access to these technologies and the scientific theorems that need to be developed to understand and exploit these technologies. There'll be much more progress in 1 year of open source release of this suppressed information than 30 years of snail's pace progress in these heavily compartmentalized SAPs. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but I think definitely this is the way to go. Okay, here is a very significant update that concerns my upcoming webinar on August 8, 2 days from today, where I learned from Dr. David Clements, who told me, and this is something that we did an interview, I got it on tape, and I will be releasing an extract of this section where he shares the story of when he was a postdoc at a university in Edinburgh, not the University of Edinburgh, that was my misrecollection, but at a university in Edinburgh, Scotland. So this was in 2005, about a secret underground base in Alabama. in the 1960s that Colonel Thomas Bearden told him about. And Colonel Bearden told him that the US had developed spacecraft capable of superluminal speeds. Colonel Bearden and Dr. Clements were collaborating at the time on building a breakthrough energy system before it was shut down by the deep state, big oil. So this is really very, very significant because based on reports from the 1950s, the newspaper reports showing that there was the construction of an underground base at Green Mountain, that this base in Alabama that Tom Bearden talked about is almost certainly Green Mountain, which was built next to Huntsville, Alabama, where NASA has established its Marshall Space Flight Center under the leadership of ex-Nazi German paperclip scientists. Dr. Clements believes with 90% certainty that the base Bearden told him about was built under Green Mountain. And I certainly think that that is the case because there's no other base in Alabama that would possess superluminal craft that exists that could be connected to Huntsville, Alabama, which is where the Marshall Space Flight Center, which is where the German paperclip scientists were based. Dr. von Braun and his team of German scientists were all there at Marshall Space Flight Center while they were working on the Apollo program, which was a cover program. They were really working on developing these superluminal technologies under Green Mountain that would be used in the space program, and Green Mountain would be a key to that. Now, I did a interview on Redacted with Clayton Morris, which hopefully will come out tomorrow on Friday. If not, it'll probably be over the weekend where I talk about this. But definitely in the webinar, I will be going into details into these historical records and what really was happening under Green Mountain. In the webinar as well, there'll be Jorge Pabon, JP, and Michael from Conflict Radio who will be joining me to share their respective eyewitness accounts of what they saw or were told about the advanced technology projects and science being conducted there. So this webinar is going to be a really important one because it really blows open one of the best kept secrets, a very large spaceport that was built under Green Mountain that is connected to Huntsville and the most classified space-related projects happening there. Huntsville, when I went there and I met up with Michael from Conflict Radio and I did my 2-part interview series with me, he showed me around. I showed us around. I was accompanied by a close friend and he showed us around and he pointed out the different corporate facilities there. We went to check out the Marshall Space Flight Center. We couldn't get on to Redstone Army Arsenal, but we saw it and very significant because it is within proximity. I think it's 5-6 miles from the Green Mountain facility, and underneath Huntsville is an extensive network of underground tunnels and caverns that extend Green Mountain to Huntsville. So that is the big secret. That is the spaceport. And I believe that when we do have disclosure, as I said, there'll be probably a 2-step process. First, they release the truth about extraterrestrial intelligence, crashed UFOs. Then they're going to reveal the existence of reverse engineered spacecraft. And that's where I think Green Mountain comes in. And I think this is where Michael from Conflict Radio's experiences with this lady that claims to be Amy Eskridge becomes significant, and also where JP talked about his direct experiences. Now, in the webinar, I'll also be talking about two more sources, two surprise sources, who also have information about about Green Mountain. And they really have something that will be throwing a lot of light on what's really happening there. So definitely the webinar is something that's not to be missed. Discounts are available to all my Patreon members. So just go to my website, exopolitics.org, and you can find information there for registering for this really groundbreaking webinar that'll go for about 4 hours. All right, so here is another story that, again, pertains to President Trump being informed about what is happening on the UFO front. Billionaire Robert Bigelow told President Trump in a private meeting in February of this year about UFO crash retrievals and the existence of non-human intelligence. Bigelow also told Trump which corporations are sitting on the recovered materials. So now we have a good idea of the contents of the alleged UFO disclosure speech President Trump is expected to deliver before the 2026 midterm elections in November. So this, I think, is very, very relevant. So let's just listen to the first minute or so of this interview where Robert Bigelow shares a little bit about what he told President Trump in a private meeting.
This is interesting stuff. Robert Bigelow has spent more than 40 years and tens of millions of his own dollars digging into UFOs and possible non-human intelligence interacting with humanity. He thinks the time has come for some sort of formal disclosure, and that Trump is the guy to do it. Coincidentally or not, in the 5 months since their White House meeting, the government has started releasing piles of UFO-related information.
And disclosure was one of the topics. And so when I was ready, I asked to see him. And so February the 6th, I was in the Oval Office with the president.
Las Vegas tycoon Robert Bigelow has known Donald Trump for years, has donated millions to Trump's campaigns, and knew he'd get a formal sit-down at some point, but didn't know how much time he'd have to make his pitch. It turned out to be 75 minutes, a hefty chunk. Bigelow says a presidential aide cleared off the Resolute desk. Bigelow plopped down 7 reports on 7 subjects and jumped right into UFO disclosure.
I was emphasizing that the disclosure process, starting with confirmation, is a big deal. That really is important for somebody like the President of the United States to say, yeah, they're real, they're here, and eliminate all the other nonsense, all the noise that's been going on for 80 years.
You go into it with an idea of not just things in the sky.
Okay, so that's gives you a good idea of what it is that Robert Bigelow told Trump. And it's very interesting there that he's trying to make out that, well, there are these credible reports of UFO crashes and the existence of NHA. And there's a lot of noise out there talking about underground bases with Nordic extraterrestrials and also agreements with extraterrestrials where we have off-world fleets. So that's noise. That's noise. Forget about it. So what we have with people like Robert Bigelow is a limited hangout. But nevertheless, I think it is a positive step forward that they are giving Trump some of the information, some of the truth. And it wouldn't surprise me at all to learn that Robert Bigelow is part of this World Commerce Corporation that is in charge of the global UFO phenomenon. So we're getting a little bit of the truth, but not the full truth. Okay, so here is another story. This is some film footage of a giant spacecraft above the moon that was released in 2022. And this is very relevant today because of this paper that was released by the this is very relevant today because of the UFO paper that was released by these Ukrainian investigators who talked about craft that ranged in size from 25 to 40 kilometers. And so this particular UFO sighting was captured by Chinese satellites and released in China. And it clearly shows a kind of a toroidal-shaped disc object, exactly what the astronomers were talking about. And this is very large. We're talking 25 to 40 kilometers. And so their paper discussed around 20 of these craft being photographed in 2025. So this film footage, I think, is very, very significant because it shows us the kind of craft that are operating around the moon that are coming out of bases, secret bases on the moon. I mean, imagine how big a base would have to be to accommodate flying saucer craft that are 40 kilometers in diameter. I mean, that's a city-wide spacecraft, a mothership, but it's coming from the moon. So very interesting right there, the kind of size of the craft. So this is film footage that's well worth considering, and very interesting. CARB, who does release some very helpful information from his sources, and he says that this is a large craft from Sirius, and the occupants are exploring the area. So, that would make sense to me that this is not a craft that is part of the Solar Warden program, because their craft are about a mile or two in size, and it's likely from another civilization, Sirius. Now, does the Sirius civilization have a moon base, or do they visit a moon base? That would be very interesting to know. All right, so this is one of the documents that I'm going to be releasing in my webinar on Saturday. And this is for people who say, where's the evidence? Where's the documents proving any of this? That we get so many critics coming on criticizing us for not having documents, not having evidence substantiating our claims. And so in my webinar, I'm going to present a series of documents, about a dozen newspaper reports from the 1950s concerning the Green Mountain Base and what's held there, who was involved in its construction, the officials that were involved, and so forth, and the involvement of both the CIA and German rocket scientists. So here, for example, and this is for the first time, it's been publicly released. Well, of course, it was actually released back in June 4, 1956, but that's 70 years ago. Who's going to remember this newspaper article from the Huntsville Times in June 1956 saying that actual plans for American machine and foundry site remain secret? So they're talking about some site being built, but plans apparently to be huge, start still several months away. So it's talking about a huge plant that's going to be built, and it's the construction is a few months away. And the article says, what will be made under Green Mountain? This is a question many people are asking, but few, if any, are getting accurate answers. Plans for utilization of the 2,678-acre tract have not been announced by American Machine and Tool Company or its partner Mason and Hanger Silas Mason Company. Any product planned there is a well-kept secret. So there you have it. In 1956, it was announced that they were about to get underway in constructing a secret plant under Green Mountain. So in my webinar on Saturday, I'll discuss this and about 10 other newspaper reports that really flesh out exactly what was being planned there. And with the testimonies of JP and Michael from Conflict Radio, along with what I was told by David Clements and 2 other sources that I'll be revealing at the webinar, you're going to get a good idea of what's at Green Mountain. And I think Green Mountain is where disclosure will happen. So that's it for today. I hope you can join me on Saturday at my webinar. Again, just go to exopolitics.org, and thank you and aloha.
You have been listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Salla. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Salla. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
All right. Hello. Definitely different, huh? What did you guys think? It's a little out there, but I don't know. I think sometimes, maybe more so now than ever, it's a good time to not let it eat at you and focus on politics so much. Mikey, you should probably stop thinking about politics for a little bit. We know there's no justice in the courts. That's kind of the point where things are going. It's a pain in the ass, isn't it? I wish we could snap our fingers, and I want to come up with all kinds of ideas that sound good on the surface, but I don't want to be that kind of person. And if I want to contribute to making things better, I want to learn what I can about how we can fix things. That's the one good thing about the internet now, at the very least. You can learn quickly if you want to, and I see how complicated some of these moves are, but I do believe we're headed the right way. I don't know what every single minute of the next few months look like. Well, is it August? We got about 3 months left, don't we? It's moving up quick till election time. August. We'll see. what to say. Let's take a look real quick before we go. We can see if anything else has come up going on. Maybe quiet's good for a change. Let's see.
Welcome, everyone. This is a special broadcast. I'm here with Dr. David Martin, who has been at the forefront of the global development and transfer of intellectual property and finance for more than 30 years in over 120 countries. His expertise as a medical school professor and researcher has placed him in a unique position of monitoring the bioweapons program around the world. In 2020, I chose Dr. David Martin as the key speaker in episode 2 of my Plandemic series. He did not disappoint, as he gave us a guided tour that followed the paper and patent trail right to the front door of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease and its director, Dr. Anthony Fauci. In light of the U.S. Senate committee hearing happening right now, Dr. Martin and I are reuniting to expose the very details the media is working very hard to keep hidden from you. Dr. Martin, with respect to time and short attention spans, let's jump right into the deep end.
Beautiful, Mickey. It's great to be back, and it's wonderful to use this moment to remind people that the hearing that just took place, led by Senator Rand Paul, attended by Senator Johnson, Senator Hawley, and others, is a very interesting ongoing part of the cover-up, which many of us have been aware of since long before we were told about SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19. And it's important at this moment in time to realize that the cover-up about the 2014, to be specific, the January 1st, 2014 immunity document that came out as part of Biden's pardon of Fauci, is itself a smokescreen. And it's critical that we understand that under the Patriot Act, and specifically under Section 802 of the Patriot Act and other components, including Section 2339, the statute of limitations for domestic terrorism resulting in the death of Americans has no statute of limitation, and in this particular case precedes all of the 2014 pardon by several years. It's important for everybody to realize that beginning in 2002, and you heard the date correctly, in 2002, Anthony Fauci, together with Ralph Baric, made a modification of the coronavirus so that it would target human heart and human lung tissue. In 2005, they announced that they had what they called synthetic coronavirus as a, quote, biowarfare enabling technology. I don't know if that sounds like an innocent, kind of Sunday school picnic to you, but last time I checked, biowarfare enabling technology is a rather straightforward position. And then the smoking gun, which actually gives us the ability to show that it was an act of domestic terrorism, is actually a grant. And it's a grant that's referenced in the 2016 paper that said that SARS-CoV-2 was, and I quote, poised for human emergence from a model that was jointly developed by the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill and by the Wuhan Institute of Virology using a thing called WIV1, the Wuhan Institute of Virology Virus 1, the grant number U19A 107810, which has Anthony Fauci and Ralph Baric's fingerprints all over it, began on September 29th, 2009, a full 5 years in advance of the pardon. So when we are told that there is supposedly no way Congress can prosecute Anthony Fauci, that there's no way for the Justice Department to hold him accountable because of a 2014 pardon, it is critical for all of us to listen and share and promote this conversation so that our congressional leaders understand that Anthony Fauci, together with Ralph Baric, committed acts of domestic terrorism as defined by the statute, for which there is neither pardon nor statute of limitation. So the 85-year-old Dr. Anthony Fauci, Mr. Science, who pleads the fifth, still has a legal pathway to be held accountable for all of his actions that led to the death of millions of people around the world.
And long before COVID, as we know his history, this is a repeated MO.
That's exactly right. And it's important for us to continue to recite the fact that there was no such thing as SARS, not SARS 1.0. There was no such thing as SARS until Ralph Baric modified coronavirus to hit human lung epithelial cells back in 2003. So the whole notion of SARS as a disease is something that was created by, funded by, and entirely supported by the gain-of-function research, which by 2005 was officially labeled bio-warfare-enabling technology.
Dr. David Martin, thank you so much once again for bringing clarity to an otherwise very confusing and intentionally messy narrative. As the people, our power to bypass the gatekeepers of free speech is simply within your hands by sharing this video, by making it viral, and I mean right away, because this hearing ends very soon and a decision is going to be made. And we're making this video to hopefully impact that decision. So please share it and don't stop.
Well, that's kind of interesting. Had not heard of that before, so that's interesting. Not that they need to worry about the pardon anyway. Here's what happened today in plain English. Iran has a problem. Nobody will bank with them because of sanctions. No normal bank in the world will help Iran move money. If you're an Iranian bank and you try to wire dollars to the regular system, the transaction gets blocked. So Iran built a workaround. They call it the Rabar system. Everyone else calls it shadow banking. Here's how it works. They sell oil illegally through sanctioned companies. The buyer pays. But the money can't go straight back to Iran because it would get frozen the second it touched the real bank. So instead, it goes on a tour. An Iranian bank called Shar Bank has front companies, one in Iran, one in Dubai. Work with two currency exchange houses in Dubai, Titan Exchange and Alps International. Those exchange houses have shell companies scattered around the world, mostly in Hong Kong and Singapore. Now here's the trick, and the part that matters when money needs to move. The operators pick a shell company from their list, and they print an invoice on that company's letterhead, making it like a legitimate business transaction. Then they run the money through that shell's bank account. To anyone looking at it, it's a normal trade payment. Company A bought something from Company B. Here's the invoice. Here's the wire. Except Company B doesn't do anything. It's a name on a piece of paper with a bank account attached. And the invoice was manufactured that morning by a guy in Dubai who picked the letterhead out of a folder. One of those exchange houses, Alps International, moved hundreds of millions of dollars this way in 2026 alone. What the Treasury Department did today, they sanctioned the whole chain, the exchange houses, the shell companies in Hong Kong and Singapore and Dubai, and 4 individual people. 3 of those people are the ones who make the invoices and coordinate the payments. The 4th is the IT guy. His name is Amir Hindi. His job was keeping the computers running at Titan Exchange. Not a banker, not a financier. Tech support. They sanctioned him too because if the servers go down, the money can't move. That tells you how deep this goes. They're not just going after the money men. They're going after the plumbing, the people who keep the lights on. Now that part should make you sit up. One of the Iranian bank employees was working at VT Bank, a Russian bank that's also under sanctions to convert currencies. Think about what that means. Iran can't move money, Russia can't move money, so they're helping each other. 2 sanctioned countries pooling their workarounds. That's what happens when you cut people off from the financial system. They don't stop. they find each other. And here's the thing most people will miss. Today's action was the 8th one this year against the same Iranian network. Treasury Department listed them out in the press release. First, they hit Iranian banks and their front companies, then the exchange houses, then the people who ran the houses, then the big financiers, then the importers and exporters who used the whole system. 8 actions, each one going a layer deeper. It's not 8 separate investigations. It's one target being taken apart floor by floor. You raid the top floor. You find the paperwork that tells you who's on the floor below. You go there next. Every arrest produces the map for the next arrest. And it's the same pattern I've shown you all month. Yeah. Interesting. Same pattern for a lot of things. Pretty cool, huh?
Great nations are born of great people. They cannot survive long without them. Duty, sacrifice, service to a cause beyond oneself, belief in something larger and more important than the individual. These are the causes that impelled a group of extraordinary men to declare their independence to the world 250 years ago. The men who signed our Declaration of Independence understood that liberty meant something much more than being able to do whatever one wants. It was not the mere absence of limits. It was not liberation from man's duty to family, to nation, to God. They understood that order and virtue are the indispensable foundation of a free people, and that human virtue has to be cultivated by human institutions like the family, the church, just and moral laws, and the habits and practices of self-government. This is the true American tradition of freedom, passed down to us across the generations, stewarded and defended by men and women for 250 years. It has been the foundation of American greatness. Let us all pray that it will continue for the next 250 years as well.
Cool. Seen that before. Princess Di. Communists want to take the ruinous and deadly ideology of misery and squalor to every state in America. Yeah. And drone port. Oops. I don't know what that was. It's a shot in the dark. She can't help but check. Drone port, John Kennedy. All is revealed. To the moon. Time travel. Golden ticket. Dark to light. Interesting, huh? Time to fly. North Korea. Agent Kennedy. Rise and shine. Always something to it. My pillow. Joseph R. Biden. The Jack of Diamonds. We will be free. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I don't know the way President Trump makes these. It's just weird. It's in your face. Maybe I should be looking that up too, right? Is that how you spell MacArthur? Did he spell it right? I guess it doesn't matter. That's how he spelled it. Quantum Financial System. 277. I think I remember this one. The Matrix has noticed you. Dominions are underground. Zelensky assassination. Oh, yeah. We saw that one the other day. That's the second time we've seen that this week. You think they'll assassinate Zelensky? What do you guys think about that? Will that be the end of the Russia-Ukraine situation? Assassinate Zelensky? I don't know. I'm telling you, I feel like there's little stuff to all that. What's the message here? I just told you what the message is. Shaboom. Watch the channel. And you'll know. No. Drone Fort, what's the message? I'll tell you the message. Ha! Patriots are now in control. That's the message. And this whole new Trump vibe.
Now here you go again. You say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down?
It didn't even do the good part of the video. Big Hair 54, Code Red 54, JFK 54. That's a cool one. I wouldn't have saw that one. We saw that about Secretary Kendall earlier. President posted this one again, of course. This one just is pretty straightforward, huh? And then Aspen. Don't have to even mince words with that one. It's all right there. Uh-oh. Islamic takeover of America. A new Muslim market opening in Milwaukee. 25,000 square feet. Uh-oh.
Milwaukee, the wait is finally over. Palm Halal Market is opening soon. Your one-stop grocery shop.
أهلا وسهلا في الجميع ونتطلع لخدمتكم بأقرب وقت.
Palm Halal. Hello. I'm gonna go shop at Hello. Oh, hello. Is that how you begin every Arabic word? Hello. That was a whole paragraph right there. Hello. Okay. I'm good. Okay. Texas Children's Hospital paid $10 million in settlement. Attorney General Ken Paxton came on transgender transition operation settlement. And they're opening a detransition clinic by October. Yeah, we'd seen that happening. A detransition. Now you got to undo all that shit you did to those poor children. Oh, this should be interesting.
Prosecuting him, the guy should be in a mental institution. He's a textbook sociopath. I mean, DSM-5 level sociopath who was running our pandemic response. Low empathy, ability to inflict pain on innocents, narcissism. I mean, let me read diary entries for you. Verbatim. At the height of the pandemic. Hold on, guys.
Yeah, Dr. Fauci's a nutball. We all know it. I think we've seen that interview before. Treasury orders FinCEN to intensify financial tracking in Minnesota. Yeah, dig it up.
We like this room a lot too, and obviously, don't look back.
Can't hear it.
Up here. Uh-oh.
That's a good one. I'm taking it with me.
I shouldn't have said anything. But anyway, Mr. President, thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership on this topic. It's a challenge we face in this domain that actually goes to the very survival of the country.
There's more Allie Carter. I know some of you guys enjoyed the video we watched there the other day. This looks like a new one, so Hailey Bieber, 6 fake pregnancies. I don't care. Right. Yeah, that guy is kind of wacky. Wackier. Wackiest. Heroic Goose. All right.
At the drive-thru in a white Honda Civic. When he reaches the payment window, the gunman shoots the first victim, Ashley Garibay, who later succumbed to her.
Okay. Where'd that come from? I just wanted to watch the goose. Honk! The damn barn's on fire! Hello! Honk! Wake up! That's kind of cool, huh? Muslim Brotherhood's official website is openly celebrating Abdul El Sayed's win. Well, there you go. That's always a sign. Hello, 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 honk! The barn's on fire. Hello. Put those two in a room together. Goose and Arab and goose. Oh my. What do you think, Patriots? You still holding the line? Some of you are. People are a little slow these couple of days, but I'm gonna teach you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna teach you guys. We're gonna teach ourselves how to fix these problems. And yeah, it's just what we're gonna have to do. No, it's time. Matter of time. Their goose is cooked. I don't know if there was any kind of hidden message there, if that was from anything. You see the Coke thing where you can put names on the Coke can, but you can't put Jesus on there? Yeah, I did see that. You can put Satan on there, but you can't put Jesus on there. I think President Trump should immediately boycott Coca-Cola. Of course, if that happens, then things might not get done in the country at all. So... Oh my. You still here, Starfire? I gotta send Cage's package out and the rest of yours, by the way, as soon as I can. I think you'll be able to tell it's from me. Because I'm proud to be an America. Yeah, Coke should be ashamed of themselves. Yeah, I mean, but, you know. We will keep hanging in there and staying positive, because that's the only way we're going to get things done. Comfort through tears. Tears allow us to release our sorrow and grief in a natural way. They're not a sign of weakness, but arise from love, tenderness, and compassion. They alleviate our sorrow and hasten the healing of our hearts. God is moved by our grief, and through our tears, He provides us with the way of dealing with sorrow. When Jesus wept, God showed us the sanctity of tears. He was powerful enough to remove the cause of sorrow, yet human enough to shed tears Himself. You know, on the one hand, I learned not to jump to conclusions, or I try to. But on the other hand, more and more lately, I've learned to trust my feelings. Just like the feeling earlier that God was telling me, just go do your housework and things will be fine. It'll work out. And I don't know. And that's just one teeny example. It's just a lot of things lately. Maybe the signs are there for us more than we really pay attention to. Maybe we should pay a little more attention. Those answers we seek, I think a lot of it's just right there in front of your face. Feeling froggy? Feeling goosey? The barn's on fire. So, you remember Mr. Pibb? Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb. Yeah, I kind of drink that a little too much, probably. Don't be a little faith. Try and live your life more like Jesus. Think about what he would have done in your shoes. If things are angering you, pray on it. Find the answer, because it's not going to do you any good to let it eat away at you day after day after day. You're gonna jump to what? To what? Are you confusing me? Are you talking to each other? I'll probably look at the chat more than I should. Not true. Can never look at it too much. All right. Well, let's rock and roll our way on out of here. What do you think? I'll be on tomorrow. Thank you, Steve. It's much appreciated, sir. You have saved the day. I dare say the pressure's not going to ease off in significant ways before the election, but there's lots we can work on. There's lots we can do. What am I looking for? My record. For a start. Cap was cut off. You dare me? Yeah. And yeah, I could be very wrong, so just hang in there. We're all hanging in there. We have a good place here together where we can, what do you say, Randall, blow off steam? Let's get a good start at it.
or die, and I will see it soon. I want to see my family, my wife and child waiting for me. Got to go home, I've been so alone, you see.
You'll never get stuck in a middle seat.
Yeah.
Ableton, but you just talk to it, describe what you want.
Kept the movie
so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. We've got some difficult days ahead.
And we are going to make our country great again.
I just want to do God's will. I may not get that way, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.